So we will formally open this meeting of the Illinois Board of Review for today, December 5th, 2024. Preliminarily, just want to advise everyone that you've been muted so that we could eliminate the background noise and distractions as we begin our hearings today. Uh, Everyone should know that this is a formal hearing akin to a formal court proceeding, which means that there's a formal record being created by the court reporter as well as the Zoom system. We also expected every person to present themselves as if they were in the courthouse, which means no sleeping, reclining in your bed or your easy chair, no eating, drinking, anything that would distract from the proceedings at hand. Gentlemen, we'd ask you to remain in your headgear unless there's a religious reason for to be wearing it. Secondly, also, we would ask that you be clear that everyone will be given an opportunity to speak on your case. So please do not speak when someone else is speaking. It's clear that we must have a clear record. And so we ask everyone to just be patient. You will be called upon in turn. Everyone was asked to be here at the same time. We have a long list of cases, so I ask you to be patient. And as your case is called, to be present. If you aren't present, we will move on and potentially dismiss your appeal. But if you are in a vehicle, you must be stopped in a safe place. We will not hear your case if you're in a vehicle and you're moving along. Individuals, where there's more than one person on the screen, only one person can speak at a time. If there is a married couple, decide who will be the spokesperson so that we can hear from one person on the issue. Okay? And finally, the law department will give us a list of cases that have been resolved, and they will be noted as moot or moot complied. Please pay close attention to the addresses that are read and the names. If your matter is moot or moot complied, you're done for the day. The matter's been resolved. You may sign off and go about your day. However, this is a public hearing. If you choose to stay on until it's over, you're welcome to do so. But if you need to understand the difference between a moot and a moot complied case, please call the administrator's office. Someone there will explain the difference. Please do not cut into existing hearings to ask for an explanation or raise your hand. I will not acknowledge you because we have to get these list of cases done today. Okay, thank you very much. The board itself, as well as the other panelists, will introduce themselves, after which we will hear from the law department. Again, I'm Kenneth Woodson, board chair.
Ralph Pincus, board member.
Steve Pettit, board member.
Roger S. Tennant, senior board member.
Beverly Penn, board member.
Cortez Patton, board member.
Jerry, board counsel.
Richard Wade, board administrator.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's hear from the law department. I'm not sure who that is.
There's an Arabic interpreter, Mr. Chairman. It was anyhow.
Okay, Mr. Wade, which case will we need the Arabic interpreter? You're muted, sir.
Looks like number 11 on the
Case
list.
11.
Chairman.
Number 11. Okay. Mr. Wade, as we're hearing from the law department, would you kindly speak with the interpreter and explain how we normally operate?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, law department.
Good afternoon, Chairman Woodson and fellow members of the board. I will be reading the list of moots for today. First, I'd like to draw your attention to number 4 on the list, appeal ending 1965 for the property located at 919 Spruce Street. The appellant is Gabrielle Priev. That matter is moot.
Moot. Thank you.
Number 5 on the list, appeal ending 1469. The property is 17th Street between Walnut and Chancellor Street. The appellant is James Graham Jr. That matter is moot.
Moot.
Number 7 on the list, appeal ending 1984 for the property located at 423 South 13th Street. The appellant is Raymond Lowe. That matter is moot.
Moot.
And finally, the last moot is number 20 on the list, appeal ending 3008 for the property located at 2236 North 16th Street. The appellant is NM Rahil Properties, LLC. That matter is moot.
Thank you.
so I can turn it over to my colleagues for additional matters.
As per our existing procedures, I will call on those attorneys from the law department who use the raise hand sign. Call on you in order. So please, anyone else have anything to add for preliminary issues to be resolved at this point? Is there anyone else? Okay. Alrighty. Ms. Nesich?
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members. I have two quick preliminary matters for the City of Philadelphia Water Department. Turning to number one on the case list, appeal ending in 2696, 6102 Schisler Street. That matter is, the NOD was rescinded by the Water Department.
So how you want it listed?
That
Withdrawn
matter
or
is moot.
Moot? Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And number two, the appeal ending in 3203, Ms. Moselle Fluellen for 1625 South 17th. If she is present, I would ask to be put in a breakout room with her to have a discussion. But if she's not, I'm happy to wait until the matter is called.
Okay, Ms. Fluellen, are you present? That would be Moselle Fluellen. No one is responding, but we will call you in order as we prepare to move through the list, okay?
Understood. Thank you. That concludes the matters for me, and my
Okay.
colleagues can follow up.
Thank you. Mr. Christopher Johnson.
Good afternoon, board. There's a couple of matters that I would like to raise. First, number 8 on the list, HA 2024-001732, regarding 1437 South Street Tycoon Social Club, for the revocation of their special assembly occupancy license. I'm not sure anyone has appeared on that case, but I know that there was no attorney listed, and that is a corporate entity. If
Okay.
no one's here, I would suggest it should be dismissed as failure to appear. But
Okay.
I do have a witness. It was Police Captain Kelly Robbins, as well as Patrol Officer Deanna Carter, and I want to make sure that we get them out as soon as we can.
Okay. Mr. Wade, would you formally read that matter in, please?
This is case number 8, hearing appeal ending 1732, 1437 South Street, Tycoon Social. Tycoon Social listed 1437 South Street as their mailing address. Notices of this hearing was sent. This matter was previously continued for counsel, and notice of this matter was sent to 1437 South Street on 10/24.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone present representing Tycoon Social Club? Anyone present? Tycoon Social Club. Anyone present representing Tycoon Social Club? No one's responding. Mr. Johnson, what is your preference?
We would ask that it be dismissed. City affirmed, failure to appear.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pincus, what time do you have?
1:13 p.m.
1:13 p.m. We will poll the board on HA 2024-001732, 1437 South Street, Tycoon Social. City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
Affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you very much. Mr. Johnson, do you have anything else?
I'd ask that the witnesses for that matter be released by the board.
Okay, all the witnesses are excused.
I'm gonna ask to raise a preliminary issue with regard to the appeal that was at it was an add-on number 75. It's the appeal of BJA Construction, Bryant Watson, regarding the revocation of their contractor's license.
Okay.
First, this is a situation where the appeal was not timely filed, and I think as a preliminary matter, the city would be asking that the board dismiss the appeal, find city affirmed for lack of jurisdiction, because it was untimely filed. The other thing is that
Okay.
I want to make sure that we get to have a hearing on that, and would ask that we can do it earlier in the list, because I have a hard stop at 5 o'clock.
Okay. All right. We will note that as an out of order request already. Is anyone present representing Bryant Watson, 3103 Euclid Avenue?
Good afternoon, Mr. Woodson. My name is Natalie Clishdornay of Nahamson PC, and I'm here on behalf of Brian Watson and BJA Construction.
Okay, thank you. Would you mind spelling your last name, Ms. Clistorney?
Of course, KLYA, S as in Sam, HT as in Tom, OR, N as in Nancy, Y.
Thank you very much. Do you have any opposition to being called early in the list, I assume?
I do not.
Okay. All right, thank you. We will do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Johnson?
I would note that there's another case that I'm handling. It is number sorry. I'm getting lost in my list. I apologize. Number 12 on today's list, HA 2024-002675. It's a appeal related to AIU licensing violation for Brett Ashton regarding 2201 Washington Ave. I did not see anyone appear on that either, and would be asking that to be marked as city affirm, failure to appear.
Okay. Already. Would you read that in, Mr. Wade?
It's case number 12, hearing appeal ending 2675, 2201 Washington Avenue, Brett Ashton. Brett Ashton listed 2201 Washington Ave as his mailing address. And we do not have good service on this.
We don't. Okay.
This was previously heard. Hold on. I'm going to need a moment because this was previously heard. Apologies.
Okay, let's do this.
Apologies.
Let's do this.
We do have good service.
Oh,
The
okay.
appellant listed his address as 54, the address of the appeal. The appellant listed his address as 5451 Erdrich. Notice of this hearing was sent to 5451 Erdrich Street on 10/24. This case was previously continued. Notice of the continued hearing was also sent. The prior hearing was also sent to 5451, where Mr. Ashton was present.
Okay, what was the final date that was that second notice was sent?
10/24.
10/24. Okay, thank you.
Apologies.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Johnson, what's your pleasure?
City affirm, failure to appear.
Okay, Mr. Pincus, what time do you have?
1:18 p.m.
1:18 p.m. Thank you. We will then poll the board on HA 2024-002675 2201 Washington Avenue, Brett Ashton, city affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirm, non-appearance.
Okay,
Thank
you very much. That resolves that matter. Anything else, Mr. Johnson?
Not at this time.
I guess not. Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
it was mentioned, I believe, by the administrator that case number 73, was there a request for a continuance on that case?
Yes, but we haven't gotten there yet. The city may have a position on that matter. We haven't gotten that far.
It's Mr. Johnson's case. That's why.
No, it's Mr. Cohen's case.
That would be my case. Thank you, member of the board. But we can get to it once you guys get to me on the list.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, he was trying to jump you ahead of the line, Mr. Cohen. So we caught it. Okay, let's hear from Ms. Reinhardt.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board. I would like to bring number 10 to your attention. This is regarding 6220 Bustleton Avenue, appellant 4 Season MK LLC, appeal ending 002679. This was a tobacco retailer permit renewal denial letter issued to a corporate entity. I am unaware of any attorney entered in this case. When I reached out to the email on the appeal form, they indicated that they were not associated with the appellant and sent me another email address. They responded and asked for a continuance without indicating how they were associated with the business. I requested that they reach out to the board and sign on to this hearing, so I'm not sure if anyone has appeared pursuant to the request.
Well, let's do this then. Mr. Wade, would you read that in, please?
This is case number 10, hearing appeal ending 2679, 6220 Bustleton Avenue, Four Seasons, MK LLC.
Anyone present representing Four Seasons MK LLC on Bustleton Avenue? Anyone present? Anyone present representing 6220 Bustleton Avenue, Four Seasons MK LLC? Mr. Wade, did we receive a request for continuance in this matter?
I do not ever, this matter was previously listed for 1010. It was continued for council. I do not have a request as of today. And notice this hearing was sent to 6220 Boston Avenue on 10/24.
Okay, thank you. Already, well, given that, what's the city's preference?
I would request this be marked city affirmed for non-appearance.
Okay, what time do we have, Mr. Pincus?
1:21 PM.
1:21. Alrighty, we will poll the board on HA-2024-002-679-6220 Bustleton Avenue, Four Season MK LLC, City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you very much. That resolves that. Anything else, Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes, the next one I have is number 11, but this is also the case with the Arabic Yemen interpreter. So I can pause here in order to allow them.
Okay, are you going to propose a resolution prior to actually hearing the case today?
There is an issue administratively because this was also issued to a corporate entity.
Okay, well, that's enough. That you said enough. Okay, is the interpreter available, Mr. Wade?
Yes.
Okay, would you have them identify themselves, please?
Interpreter.
I see a name for Huda Arabic interpreter, but no image or anything. The person's muted.
I've sent them a prompt to unmute.
Okay, let's do this. Ms. Reinhardt, given that we haven't been able to successfully get the interpreter to unmute, so we're going to move on and come back, okay?
Can I?
Yes.
I don't want to lose the interpreter. That's all. So she was unmuted prior to the hearing. So just give me 1 second to see if I can.
Okay.
Arabic interpreter.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you need to turn your video back on, please.
Just give me 1 second. Very sorry, I have difficulties. I'm going to log out, log back in.
Okay.
You want to call another matter now?
Okay, yeah, let's do that because we want to proceed as quickly as we can. Mr. Lee Begelman.
Yes, good afternoon, members of the board. Lee Begelman for the city. I had a couple preliminary matters to bring to your attention. The first is case number 9 on the list, appeal number ending 2162, 4959 Domino Lane, appellant Geeta Patel. The attorney for the appellant Bart Levy submitted a continuance request late yesterday afternoon. I wasn't sure if the board had discussed that in executive session. I don't see Mr. Levy here on today's call, though.
Okay, we had that marked as moot. Is that miscommunication, Mr. Wade, or is there?
No, that wasn't. That was not moot. That was a continued request.
Continuous request? My apologies then. So is the city opposed to that request, Mr. Begelman?
Only because it was already continued from a first listing. I believe the appellant had just retained Mr. Levy, but Mr. Levy in his request did say that his client, who I assume he would call to testify was traveling to India. So the city does oppose the request, but if it is continued, just request that it be marked as must be tried.
Okay, we will mark it as continued with a must be tried requirement.
Thank you.
Okay.
I had also raised a couple preliminary issues with cases 18 and 19 on the list
18
concerning
and 19. Okay.
222 Brown Street. Their appeal numbers ending 0861 and 0933. I don't know if the board had discussed these issues in executive session or if they want these to be called in regular order. In my email to the board, I raised a few different issues. First, a standing issue with case 18, as well as the need for the appellant to obtain an attorney to the extent that they do have standing, given that it's an appeal on behalf of a business organization. And second, with the second appeal, case number 19, well, both cases 18 and 19 concern a technical question of the plumbing code, and it's the city's position it should be referred to the plumbing advisory board. I believe that it may have already been referred to the plumbing advisory board when this appeal was initially filed in 2022. I don't know if the board had discussed this issue. That was a very brief summary of what's going on here. I can dive into further detail.
No, not necessary. Mr. Wade, I think we noted that as withdrawn, didn't we?
I'd like to confer with Ryan. I believe the last correspondence we had was a withdrawal email from the appellant. Is that correct, Ryan?
I think it was ultimately unclear whether or not it was an official withdrawal, but I will note that at least matter number 19 was previously heard by the Plumbing Advisory Board in either May or June. And if I may represent, I believe the situation was the appellant was seeking a variance from the plumbing code, but did not have a refusal. They only had a violation from LNI that they were not contesting. I believe, is my understanding, that the Plumbing Advisory Board continued the matter so that the appellant could apply for a permit, get a refusal, and then request a variance to the Plumbing Advisory Board. I believe that's the procedural history of the matter. But
okay, I do
believe that is the case. It was already before the Plumbing Advisory Board, and is technically still before that board, but ultimately that's what happened there.
Okay, let's do this then. Mr. Wade, we will mark these two as continued, and if you could administratively resolve them. If not, we will have to officially have them. I guess we'll decide. But if it's at the Plumbing Advisory Board, it becomes moot.
I think it would ultimately be listed in error, because I believe the matter was referred by this board to the plumbing. The appeal was initially filed with this board and then referred to the Plumbing Advisory Board. So I don't believe there is an actual appeal to this board insofar as the matter was transferred to the Plumbing Advisory Board. So
for the purposes of today, HA 2022-000861, 222 Brown Street, Tina Gary, and HA 2022-00933, 2022 Brown Street, Andre Ambrose, DBA GNB Construction Group. Both matters will be noted as continued. And Mr. Wade, you can list them as listed in error in a list hearing if need be, okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So we resolve it for today. Okay, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, members of the board. Actually, I'd like to call Lee Begelman back and also Mr. Garcia Villarreal for number 73.
73.
This was the appeal of Gabrielle Frere from the notice of intent to revoke the contractor license for Dornelis Construction, Inc. Mr. Begelman informed me that he has another appeal that had just been filed that is, I believe, before this board on a request for an emergency hearing from Regis. Lee, what is it? Regis Group? Regis
Development Corporation, I believe. I'm finding the exact appeal number.
That's it. So they are different notices and different effects, but they have overlap. Both of the notices were issued in part because of the same site, 723A North 16th Street. It might be best to hear them on the same date.
Okay, is there request by either party for an emergency hearing, Mr. Begelman?
The appellant for Regis, that appeal number is HA 2024-004107. It's not listed for today. This was an emergency request submitted, I believe, on November 26th. I do not believe that anything has been scheduled for that hearing yet.
Okay.
I apologize.
Yeah, is Mr. Villarreal present?
I did see him.
present.
Yes, sir. Would you mind putting your name on the record, please?
Yes, this is David Garcia, Villarreal, ID number 54351, counsel for Dornelis Construction, Inc.
Okay. Did you hear the representations made by Mr. Cohen and Mr. Begelman earlier?
Yeah, I was unaware of the appeal by Regis Development, but
Okay.
I would
Well,
certainly
that's-
have no objection to joining both cases in one hearing.
Okay.
That's
Are
actually
you
why I wanted
representing
to
the
loop
other?
Mr.
Wait,
Begelman in.
Mr. Garcia Villarreal, are you representing both appellants?
No, I'm only representing Dornelis Construction.
Okay.
And I just want to state, Chairman Woodson, Regis Development Corporation does have an attorney that is Olev Sokolov. He cannot attend today's hearing. I want to represent, I don't want to speak for him, but I did speak to him yesterday, and he also had no objection to both cases being heard at the same time. He just asked that it be listed sometime next month. But again, I don't want to
Sure.
speak on his behalf, but I did speak to him yesterday.
Okay, the board is not opposed to continuing today's matter to allow both matters to be heard at the same hearing. They're
I
going to be heard
should
at the same
add,
time.
and the primary reason for the joint continuance request by the city and Council Garcia is because a Portuguese interpreter is needed for this case, for our case, for the next hearing.
Okay.
Because one is unavailable today or one wasn't
Sure.
called for today, we do need a continuance.
Okay, so we will continue number HA 2024-003977, 724 Tyson Avenue, Dornglass Construction, Inc. That will be continued with the attempt to schedule both that and who's the other appellant, Mr. Begelman?
The appellant is Regis Development Corporation.
We haven't, board's administration hasn't received the city's position on the emergency appeal yet. So it's never been before the board to be granted as an emergency or not.
I believe I did
On
submit that email, but I'm
Regis.
happy to resend that
Please.
today, Mr. Wade.
Thank you.
Okay, so any event, we will attempt to schedule both matters at the same time, on the same date.
Excellent.
They will
Thank
be
you,
heard
members of the board.
separately, but they will be heard on the same date. Okay? All right.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Miss.
can we make sure we order the Portuguese interpreter for that day?
I have it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
I do have one more matter to bring to the board's attention when
Yes.
you're ready.
We're ready.
Matter number 6. This is BLIR appeal ending 5321 for Obaya Realty Corp. I have 2 witnesses for that matter. One needs to leave by 4 p.m. and the other by 5 p.m. Though
Okay.
I'm not sure if Obaya Realty or their counsel are here.
Well, let's do this. Mr. Wade, if you read it in, please.
One moment. This is matter 6, hearing appeal ending 5321, 3901 Kensington Avenue, Obaya Realty Corp.
Anyone present representing Obaya Realty Corp. 3901 Kensington Avenue, Obaya Realty Corp. Or Mr. John McCreesh Esquire. His office is listed as counsel. Is Mr. McCreesh present? Okay, no one is responding. Mr. Cohen, so what is your pleasure?
The Obaya Realty Corp listed 2906 North 5th Street as their mailing address. Notice of this hearing was sent to 2906 North 5th Street on 10/24. Mr. McCreesh listed 7053 Terminal Square in Upper Darby. Notice of this hearing was sent to John McCreesh at 7053 Terminal Square in Upper Darby on 10/24.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Cohen?
Respectfully, the city asks for city affirmed for failure to appear.
Okay, Mr. Pincus, what time?
1:35 p.m.
1:35 p.m. Thank you. We will poll the board on HA-2023-005321, 3901 Kensington Avenue, Obaya Realty Corp. City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Okay.
very much, members of the board.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Sean Logue.
Good afternoon, Chairman Woodson and members of the board. I have three preliminary matters to call to the board's attention.
Okay.
The first is case number 16 on the list, appeal ending in 2025, address 1521 West Oxford Street. Appellant Krishan Malik, doing business as 1949N 18 LLC. And that appeal was withdrawn by the appellant. I believe
Withdrawn. Thank you.
you emailed board's administration last night.
Yep.
All right. The second is case number 17 on our list, appeal ending in 4880. Address is 3627 Spring Garden Street. Appellant is Albert Orocho. I had some correspondence with Mr. Orocho. The notice of violation, or the licensing violation notice rather, was issued to an LLC, and so he requires counsel. I indicated that I would not oppose continuing this case to allow him to find counsel. And I did instruct him to reach out to the board to request a continuance if that's what he wanted. I'm not sure if he did that or not.
Is Mr. Rocho present? Or anyone representing his interests? 3627 Spring Garden Street. Anyone present? Okay. One of the issues that for the board, though, this was an individual who requested a late appeal and should have known that he needed legal counsel.
Correct.
Okay, so individual has not appeared today.
Correct. He
Okay.
has not appeared. I mean, I did indicate that I would not oppose continuance, but I also clearly instructed him to reach out to the board.
Okay.
So
Well, we
given-
would note it for today. We would note it as continued with the must be heard requirement.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And my last matter is case number 22 on the list, appeal ending in 0019. Address is 10784 Lockhart Road. Appellant Ann Siegel. And the city has resolved this matter with the appellant. I shared a copy of the settlement agreement with the board yesterday, and the terms of that are city affirm with a 180-day stay of enforcement.
City affirm 180-day stay. Okay. Thank you.
And that concludes my business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. John Rezoric, please.
Good afternoon again, board members. John Wazork for the city. I would just want to raise matter 23 to the board's attention. It's appeal ending 0863. Property is 437 to 39 West Gerard Avenue. The appellant is Tin Yuan Gu. There's a lot of background to this case, but to kind of keep it simple, I spoke to the appellant's attorney a couple of days ago. She indicated that she would be out of town. I asked that she send board administration a continuance request. I was just inquiring whether the city never received anything from appellant's attorney. I was just wondering whether the board administration received that continuance request.
We did get a request and reviewed it in executive session. Needed to hear your response.
To the extent that appellant's counsel is out of town, the city would not necessarily oppose the continuance, although I think there's some frustration that it was only 2 days ago that the city learned of the continuance request. There's also some issues regarding the request for reconsideration. The city's not sure what the current status of that request, whether reconsideration was granted by this board or not.
No, for this appeal or for a different appeal?
For this appeal, appellant and appellant's attorney failed to appear back in September, and the appeal, it was a failure to appear. And
so this appeal really is a reconsideration request, not an appeal on the underlying violation.
correct. I wasn't sure if we were going to do both today.
Well, you
Board
can't
just-
have an appeal unless, because we've already decided that matter's been settled. Mr. Wade, is there a reconsideration request?
I don't believe so. I'm gonna need to look into this. Just, can we call another matter and I'll
Sure.
try and
If-
get to.
And if I may, I apologize for
Yes.
interrupting. This is Councilor Ryan McSherry. We received an email correspondence on December 3rd, presumably from the appellant, making reference to a continuance request made by their attorney. I don't believe we received any correspondence from counsel themselves.
Okay. And if this matter has already been adjudicated, there is nothing to be heard unless we approve of reconsideration, which requires a formal request for reconsideration. So Mr. Wade will check the record. And before we close today, Mr. Reserve will come back to you with a response to that. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Just one moment. Lots of notes today. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Stephanie Herman.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm here for matter number 2, which involves confidential tax information. It needs to be held in a closed session. I have a witness here, but he needs to take a lunch break, and I understand that the other side is potentially seeking a continuance, and the witness also needs to leave by 3:48.
Okay. So what is your request of us?
I guess I'd request that the I guess that the petitioner come forward and that the board decide on the continuance request if they're making one.
Okay, because we're not aware of a continuance request.
Okay.
So who is the petitioner? Who's the appellant?
It's Riverside Collision Centers, Inc., and they are represented by Joseph Kelly.
I'm here. We're going to withdraw that appeal.
Okay, who's speaking, please?
Joseph Kelly for Riverside Collision. Riverside Collision Centers. We're going to withdraw the appeal.
Okay. And so this is HA 2024-000067, 7361 Melrose Street, Riverside Collision Centers, Inc. And Mr. Joseph Kelly Esquire, you counsel for the appellant?
I am.
Okay, and your representation is that matter's been withdrawn?
It is.
Okay, thank you. So I think, Ms. Herman, that resolves that matter.
Thank you. And that concludes my business. And,
Okay, thank you.
Everybody excused?
Yes, sir. You're excused.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Okay. Okay, I believe that's all of the preliminary matters. I need to just quickly check my list to see if there's anything that the board itself needs to understand. Yes, number 13. That's 2218 at 2018 Ellsworth Street, Ludwin Escalante. Who's representing the city on this matter?
Thomas Guyutza for the city.
Good afternoon. Who's representing the interests of 2018 Ellsworth Street? Who's representing the interests of 2018 Ellsworth Street? No one's responding. This is required. This is the second listening for this matter. They were continued previously to obtain legal counsel, but no one's here today. Have you had any conversations, Mr. Galitza, with the appellant?
I have not, Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Wade, would you check for service, please?
I'm sorry, we're at matter 13?
Yes.
Do you want to read it into the record?
Yes. I did already. I
Okay,
read it in.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just
Give me
need to
one
know if
second.
there's service.
Ludwin Escalante listed 7340 Dungan Road as his mailing address. This matter was previously listed on 10/10/24 for council. And notice this hearing was sent to 7340 Dungan Road on 10/24/24.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Galitza, no one's responding. What is your pleasure?
The city would request a city affirm for failure to appear.
Thank you. Mr. Pincus, what time do you have?
1:44 p.m.
1:44 p.m. Alrighty, we'll poll the board on HA 2024-002218, 2018 Ellsworth Street, Ludwin Escalante, City Affirmed, non-appearance.
City Affirmed, non-appearance.
City affirmed, non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed, non-appearance.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go down to number 21.
Okay.
Is that's 3276 at 2701 Poplar Street, William Singletary. Who's representing the city?
Hi, it's Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, Mr.
Excuse me,
Johnson.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to recuse myself from this particular case.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir. Please excuse
Thank you.
yourself into the waiting room.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to recuse myself also.
Okay, thank you. Please excuse yourself. We have a remaining panel, myself, Mr. Pincus, Mr. Patton, and Miss Penn. So the quorum stands. Okay, is there anyone representing William Singletary?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here.
Okay, and you are, sir?
Devin Ukta.
And your legal counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. We have some bit of confusion we need to clarify before we proceed today. There's a matter of standing. And who is William Singletary with regard to this appeal?
So William Singletary is the occupier of the property. So he has a lease for the property.
Okay, and is Mr. Singletary, he's your client?
Yes.
Okay.
Could I just ask the question? Because I know that one of the notices of violation was sent to Diane Singletary. Who's
That's his wife.
Diane Singletary?
His wife.
Okay. Now, okay, so that's established. Now, the second question is the issue of timeliness. So, which specifically are you appealing? Are you appealing the underlying violation or the cease operations?
Both. So I have the, I guess, evidence of the violations being corrected, with the exception of the zoning violations, which we are hoping to have referred to the zoning board.
Okay, because the problem, of course, is that if Mr. McSherry, you're as counsel, what is your advice in terms of the timeliness matter?
Yes, so the violation notice in order to correct, if I may just bring it up. The day of notice is 10/28/22, and the appeal was not filed until July 28th, 23. So it is significantly untimely. The notice indicates that any appeal from the violation must be filed within 30 days of the notice.
Okay. The issue of the cease operations, is there a different set of dates, or are we governed by that first set of dates?
So an appeal directly of the intent to cease would have a different set of dates. The notice of intent to cease is 7/26/23. The appeal was filed 2 days later on 7/28/23.
Okay, so Mr. Updahl, what is your response to this issue of timeliness for the appeal violation?
My response is that the notice to cease operations was timely filed. So we're willing to hear that, and the initial violations, which the notice to cease were initiated for, should also be heard by the board.
What about the issue of the violation notices that were in 10/22?
I guess, Mr. Chair, what I'm saying is that if the notice to cease operations was timely filed, the only reason that the notice to cease operations was filed was because of violations. So the board should hear the information regarding the violations as well, if the notice to cease appeal was filed timely.
Okay, Mr.
Can
Johnson?
Can I just respond? I don't think that filing a timely appeal of a cease operations order can give us any supplemental jurisdiction, for lack of a better parlance, to the underlying violations themselves. And just as a matter of fact, we're already in agreement about one of the main reasons for the cease was that they're operating a tire shop in a residential neighborhood with no zoning. And it's been stipulated that they don't have the zoning. So I'm not really sure
Well,
mean,
I guess in response to that, this board doesn't hear the zoning matter. So I guess we're hoping to be able to present the appeal for the L&I violations and then be referred to the zoning board for the zoning matters.
Mr. Yukda, I'm sure, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Did I hear you say that that you or your client has not filed an appeal to the zoning board as of this date, that you're hoping to file one?
We have filed the initial, we're going to file appeal and get rejected. So we haven't filed the actual appeal. We filed the initial
Application.
process
You've
for
appealed the
initial.
application.
Yes.
You submitted a zoning application, but not
Yes.
yet
But not
see
that-
the.
I've been rejected yet. No.
I mean, with due respect, and I just have to say it for the record, the law requires you to get the approved zoning before you open the tire shop.
Yes.
Understood.
Okay.
But that matter is going to be referred to the zoning board. I guess we're here for the matter of the license and inspection violations,
Okay.
not the zoning.
Yes,
Of
and
which
clearly.
the board doesn't have jurisdiction because the appeal of the violations was not timely.
That's where we are, Mr. Upton. That's why we're raising this issue of timeliness of the appeal.
But you have jurisdiction because of the notice to cease, correct?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, may I request that we go into executive session?
Sure.
I think we've heard
Okay.
Mr. Ogda and Mr. Johnson's positions clearly.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we are understanding the positions before we do that. Anything else before we go into executive session? We'll need to discuss this off record with our counsel before we respond to
I
this
guess
matter.
I'd like to clarify, you've made application to the department for the zoning variant, for the zoning application. Has it been refused?
No, it has not been refused yet.
When did you make the application?
I was brought on in council within weeks ago. So that probably happened about a week ago. I was not at the initial hearing. So
No, but you filed this application a week ago. The violations initially were issued in
22.
2022.
Yeah.
Thank you.
2 years. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. All right. We're going to go off the record. We will be in executive session. It's now 10 of 2. We should be back shortly after.
It's that during the recess, a quick verification with the department's Eclipse system has revealed that no application for a zoning permit has been submitted
Okay.
according to the department's records.
But I have submitted the application.
I can call a witness to testify to that.
Okay, we're going to do this. Let's do this. Mr. Upton, what we're going to do is this. On a very narrow procedural basis, we want you to explain to us what is your position or defense regarding strictly on the matter of the cease. Why should that prevail and we move forward with that? And of course, we'll ask Mr. Johnson to respond. And Mr. Johnson, you may, it's a procedural question, so you may or may not need a witness. Mr. Upton?
Well, I guess the basic fact is that the license, the notice to cease has is basically a two-prong violations. Some of them are zoning and some of them are directly license inspection violations. If the notice to cease was timely filed, then the board should hear, if you're willing to hear the reasons for appealing notice to cease, the underlying facts why the underlying facts to the notice to cease are the L&I violations. On top of, we are not able to go through zoning without the license inspection violations being cleared anyway. So if you're willing to hear the appeal for the notice to cease, then you should hear the underlying facts for why the notice to cease was actually issued. And to deny it now, instead of hearing it, we'll make it moot to even hear the notice to cease appeal at all.
Okay. All right. Mr. Cohen?
This is Christopher Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, my apologies, Mr. Johnson.
One of the bases for ceasing the property is the lack of a use registration or zoning permit for the current occupancy of the building, which is a tire shop.
If I may.
There's
No, Mr.
There's no
all right, let
dispute
him
about that.
make a statement, then you can respond if you like.
The city can cease the property simply for that violation. And that's part of the reason why they issued the cease in the first place. So there's been no action to cure that violation, and there's no basis to grant the appeal. Now,
Okay.
the other violations, some of them may have been complied, and I have a witness who can verify which ones are complied and which ones aren't. But at the end of the day, they don't have the zoning to carry on the business they're carrying on at the property. And that's the basis for the cease and a basis for the board to deny the appeal.
Okay.
If I may, they're not
Yes.
going to get the zoning if they have the open L&I violations. So to deny the appeal, to force them to go through zoning, that then will just be denied because we'll end back up here because they have to have the L&I violations to be cured anyway.
There's
But
no
Mr.
reason to entertain the appeal, though. He has to comply all this stuff anyway. Doesn't
There's
mean
no
the
way to
board has to
comply.
keep the appeal open.
There's nowhere to comply if you don't hear the L&I violations and still
No,
make
no,
us go to
he can
zoning.
comply the violations anytime. He could have done it in 2022. He could have done it in 2023.
Comply
He
with
could
the
have done it at
violations.
any time in 2024. Could
He can
comply all the
comply.
violations, then you go and get your zoning. He said
Just
he
a,
used to do it, and he
Just-
hasn't done it.
If I may, I
just
have,
a moment, please. Just a moment, please.
Well,
There's no reason if I understand the procedure, and I think I understand the procedure, and I've heard Mr. Johnson's argument, and I've heard your argument, Mr. Ukdwa, that he should have applied for the zoning variance at the time that he should have applied for it before he opened for business. But being in business and receiving the violation notices did not prevent him from filing the application to the Department of Licenses and Inspections. They may or may not have accepted it. They would reject it because they're outstanding violations. But he wasn't precluded in the on or after within 30 days of October 2022 from filing that application. That hasn't been done in over 2 years now, almost. So the fact is, you're correct, he has violations. That would present a problem down the line. But the fact is, he didn't make the application that he should have made on or before October 28th or within 30 days, because we regularly continue cases when there's a zoning application pending, but there's no zoning application pending.
okay, so if I may,
Yes.
this is my first hearing in front of you. This is my new client. I've been retained within the last week. Can I ask for a continuance?
Well, in this sense, you can ask, but our likelihood of granting that continuance is fairly limited because this has been before us before. And we've made this issue of legal counsel known to the appellant some time ago. And so you're at the end of our level of patience. The other issue here is that the compliance may require, as the cease operation is indicated, that they not operate for a period of time. We're not obligated to make sure they can continue to operate. Our role here is to make sure that the department is appropriately applying the code and whether violations were fairly issued within a certain parameters. That's our role. And
Sure.
Okay, it is. What I'm hearing in your argument is that if they complied earlier, they would have to close their doors. That may or may not be true, but that's not our issue. Our issue is whether or not they attempted to comply. And thus far, they have not complied with everything. And according to the city, there's no record of a zoning application.
They have complied. They have partially complied, Chair.
Partially complied. Partially
That's,
complied.
and I guess that's what I'm saying. For the matters that are going to be in front of the L&I board, can they show evidence that they have complied with those matters? And then
But that's
to go through zoning.
okay. The problem is that there's a cease operations in place because they hadn't complied earlier. That's the issue. And the other part of it, you indicated on the record that there was a zoning application that had been submitted. According to Mr. Counsel for the city, there's no such record of a zoning application being submitted. Something's happening here with the records. And so, Mr. Updike, you have same access to the city record as Mr. Johnson does. So if you can check and confirm that, that will help our understanding. It won't necessarily be determinative, but it will certainly help. Can you do that?
Yes, that's what I'm asking for, a continuance.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, any of your reaction or response to a continuance request?
The city's position is that there's no need to continue the case. It's been listed multiple times before the board, and there's no indication that the violations have been complied such that the cease should be lifted. or
Uh,
overturned by the board.
Chair-
So the city objects to a continuance.
Yeah, no, for the record, this is the fifth time this matter has been continued. This is the
Chair,
fifth. I'm speaking. This is the fifth time that this matter has been before the board, and we've done everything we can to grant grace to the applicant to allow them to secure legal counsel and to prepare their case. This is the fifth time.
Chair, if I
Rarely do
may,
we hear cases that have been listed the third time.
Chair, if I may, I
Yes.
could take, the applicant's a small business. So I do understand that it was the fifth time. But this is my first time coming before the board. This is it took them a while to get, the funds together to actually retain legal counsel. So I'm asking that we are granted a continuance and must be tried. We've partially complied and we're ready to present on that. If we are granted a continuance, then we'll be in full compliance by the time we appear in front of the board again.
Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry, Mr. Upton, I don't think that's a promise you can make, because until the zoning matter has been resolved, that business may or may not be permitted to operate in that location.
The
Mr. Chair,
zoning may not be granted if you have to appeal it, so there's no guarantee that there will ever be a permission to operate this business at this location. However, the issue is that the zoning appeal wasn't timely filed way back when the business was operating, or when the violations were in fact issued.
Okay, if there's nothing else, I will ask our committee, we've heard your argument, Mr. Updown. We've heard from the city. Mr. Johnson, is there anything else before we take executive session and come back with a vote?
No, Your
Anything?
Honor.
Okay. All
Chair,
right.
one more thing.
Yes, sir.
If we are granted a continuance, would it be possible that, and this mark must be tried, we can reach out to the board with an update to actually request that we have our hearing brought before you?
I'm not sure I understood that last portion. Did you have
Basically, well, what I'm saying is that if we are granted a continuance, we can reach out. You're saying, you had said that there's no guarantee that the next time we appear in front of you, that we will have all of the approvals necessary to comply. And I'm saying that we can start the process for the zoning part that we do have to comply with. And the next time we appear in front of the board, as we get closer to that process, we can reach out to the board to request a hearing. So
No,
that we
no,
don't
no, that doesn't work that way. No, it doesn't work that way. No, no. The zoning board is independent of us. They make decisions based on existing code and rules and laws. Your location may or may not ever meet the requirements of the zoning board. So no. But we're going to take executive session and we'll come back with it and vote on the record. Regarding HA 2023-003276, 2701 Poplar Street, William Singletary. We believe that the appeal of the underlying violation was untimely, therefore it's dismissed as for failure to prosecute. Secondly, we will call to vote on the appeal that's before us, which essentially deals with the matter of the intent to cease. So we will call the vote on that matter alone. I will begin the vote by city affirmed.
City affirmed.
Ms. Penn? Ms. Penn with us? You're muted, Ms. Penn.
Yes, city affirmed.
Okay.
City affirmed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Updown?
Yes, sure.
We voted, the unanimous vote is city affirmed. Of course, you may have appealed our decision. Of course, you're well aware of it. And good luck.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, have a good day. Your witnesses are excused. Okay, now the board does have one additional matter. Well, maybe more than one. I just want to make sure I have.
Let me bring in the other board members.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is everyone in? Mr. Wade?
I think Mr. Pettit may, oh, there he is.
There
Okay,
is.
yeah.
Oh, okay. The issue I have here is number 23, and that's 0863 437-39 West Girard Avenue, Tanyuan Canyon Guy. Mr. Wade, you were going to check the record
Yes,
regarding a reconsideration request?
there was a, Mr. Tanyuan guy's, hearing was previously held. He had counsel Ed Zarnowski, who, after a second continuance, did not appear. A second attorney appeared, Paige Jaffe, and notice of the hearing was not sent to her. The notice of the notice of the September 12th hearing was still sent to the old attorney. It was determined that it wasn't good service. For this hearing, service was sent to both Mr. Gu and at 1616 South Ringgold, and his new attorney, Paige Jaffe, at PO Box 11927. Both of them are their listed addresses.
Okay. And was there ever, according to the record, a request and approval of reconsideration?
There was a board council determined that it was bad service, so we went ahead and
Reschedule it.
relisted the case. Yes.
Okay, so today is a meets all the requirements to be relisted for today's hearing, correct?
Yes.
And so is there a request for continuance for today's hearing?
I do not have any. I don't have any correspondence as of right now.
Okay, and at the moment, neither the council nor the appellant are present, correct?
No, I don't know if there was contact between the council with council for the city.
Okay, counsel for the city, who was that?
That's me, Chairman Woodson.
Yes, sir. Mr. Rizorek, what is your position in this?
So I believe Mr. Wade's retelling is correct. I reached out to appellant's counsel a couple days ago, indicated that the city was ready to proceed. She told me she will be out of town. I told appellant's counsel to reach out to the board requesting a continuance. Appellant's counsel then emailed one of my colleagues who I believe previously handled this case, which was forwarded to me. I again informed appellant's counsel to reach out to the board to make a formal continuance request. At this time, if that request is not on the record with the board, the city would request that this matter be marked as failure to appear. City affirm.
Okay, but in essence, there was communication between you and counsel for the appellant regarding the schedule conflict.
That is correct.
Okay, let's do this. This is convoluted enough. We're going to continue the matter.
I would just request that the matter be marked as must be tried at that point then, Chairman Woodson.
Yes, sir. Continue it with must be tried. Okay, thank you. All right, that concludes our preliminary matters. Okay, let's go to a case that we can hear. Ms. Reinhardt, you have a matter for us?
I do. This is following up on the clarification regarding case number 11 with the Arabic interpreter, whether
Yes.
is counsel.
Yes. Okay. Okay, the Arabic interpreter. Mr. Wade, do we have that person present?
I believe so. Let me unmute them. Arabic interpreter.
Interpreter. Arabic interpreter. I don't see a name anymore.
No, I'll have board staff reach back out to the agency. They were supposed to be here till 2:30.
It's now, according to my clock, 2:23. Okay.
We can hold this and call another matter. I will have board.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yep.
Ms. Reinhardt, we aren't sure why this person has left. So, and the appellant can't get a fair hearing without an interpreter. So we're going to have to move on and come back potentially. Okay. All righty, let's call another matter.
We have the two retaining wall matters, but I believe there was a request for case number
75.
There was also a case, the case number 2 is a water matter. I don't believe the appellant's here. We have good service that would dismiss the water department attorney and her witnesses.
Okay, let's do that one, then go to 75. Okay. Number 2,
Case-
then 75.
Case number 2, hearing appeal ending 3203, 1625 South 17th Street, Moselle Fluellen. Miss Fluellen listed 1625 South 17th Street as the address. Notice of this hearing was sent to 1625 South 17th on 10/24.
Okay, who's representing the city?
That would be me, Chairman Woodson, Melanie Nezich, Knezich.
Thank you. No one has responded. What is your pleasure?
The city would ask for a city affirmed for failure to appear.
Thank you. Mr. Pettit, Mr. Pettit, what time do you have?
At 2:25 p.m.
2:25 p.m., Mr. Pincus. We will poll the board. HA 2024-003203, 1625 South 17th Street, Moselle Fluellen, City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to 75.
Thank you, board members. And may my witness be excused?
Yes, witnesses are excused.
Okay.
This case number 75, hearing appeal ending 4894, 3103 Euclid Ave, Bryant Watson.
Christopher
Okay.
Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
Mr. Johnson, good afternoon. Who's representing the appellant? I think Ms. Story was here earlier.
Good afternoon. Natalie Clistorni of Knockhamson PC. I'm representing the appellant.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, do we have witnesses for the city?
Yes, I'm going to be calling 2 witnesses. The first is Ken Paralak from the Audits and Investigations Unit. The second is Thomas Rybakowski from the Contractual Services Unit.
Okay, would both gentlemen make their appearances and raise the right hand so they may be sworn? Ken Paralak
Yes.
and Thomas, what's his last name again?
Rybakowski.
Rabakowski, okay. I don't see either of them. I need them to unmute themselves.
I'm here. Ken
Okay,
Carroll.
my apologies. Mr. Thomas Rabakowski, are you present?
I am.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today will be the truth to help you God, Mr. Paralak?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Rabakowski?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Please lower your hand. Ms. Clistorni, do you have any witnesses today?
I do, Mr. Woodson. My witness is Brian Watson.
Mr. Watson, are you present?
He is present. I just texted him.
Is that it? Am I here now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Watson, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can lower your hand. Okay, Mr. Watson, this is how we will proceed. The city will present its case first with witnesses. Your attorney will cross-examine them. Then your attorney will present your case. I advise all individuals who are represented by competent counsel to listen to your lawyer and pay attention. Only one person speaks at a time. And so your lawyer will raise the appropriate objections which will be ruled on as we move forward, and we will have a good outcome regardless of who wins. We will have a fair hearing. Okay? If you need to have a confidential conversation, please let us know, and we will put you in a breakout room to permit that conversation to occur. Okay? All right. Mr. Johnson, let's proceed.
Members of the board, the city had raised the issue of the timeliness of the appeal as a basis for depriving the board of jurisdiction over this appeal. This was a situation where a notice of decision to revoke the license number 056182, the license of BJA Construction, owned and operated by Mr. Bryant Watson, as a contractor within the city of Philadelphia. The notice of decision to revoke license was sent on October 15th, 2024. I don't believe that this appeal was filed until November 22nd or 23rd. And there's really been no basis made on the record for the reason for the delay. I would make an offer of proof by Mr. Paralak. His office mailed this by first-class mail and certified mail to the record address of Mr. Bryant Watson, BJA Construction, at 200 Pine Lane, Douglasville, Pennsylvania, 19518. That is the address on his most recent contractor license. That was mailed on October 15th, and the appeal was not timely filed.
Okay. Ms. Clastori, any in response?
Yes, Mr. Woodson. I can have Mr. Watson testify about this, but basically, he never received the notice of revocation. He no longer lives at the Douglasville address. He lives in King of Prussia. He didn't receive the actual paper notice. What happened was when he went into Eclipse and tried to pull a permit, there was a notice that his license had been revoked, and that was on November 22nd. As soon as he saw that on Eclipse, and realized that his license had been revoked, he filed an appeal and a request for an emergency appeal on that basis.
Mr. Johnson, did the city receive the response from the Postal Service regarding receipt of the correspondence?
No.
Okay.
Not and I would can I ask Mr. Paralak?
Yes, please.
The city's going to call Ken Paralak.
Mr. Paralak?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Paralak, and just for the record, I'm going to share my screen briefly. Do you see the document that is before you, Mr. Paralak?
I do.
Is this a copy of the notice of decision to revoke license that your office had created?
It is.
And what's the date of the notice?
October 15, 2024.
And typically, what address does L&I use on such a notice to send to a contractor in the case of discipline?
The listed address on the license.
And to be clear, I'm going to share one other document. Mr. Paralak, can you tell the board what document we're looking at?
That is the contractor license.
And what was the date that this was issued?
1/2 of 2024.
So is this the most recently issued contractor license that BJA held?
It is.
And what's the record address?
200 Pine Lane, Douglasville, PA 19518.
And back on October 15th, did you send a copy of the notice of revocation to that address?
Objection leading.
Okay, so noted.
Okay,
Mr. Johnson, if you restate, please.
I will. Mr. Paralak, could you please tell the board when was the notice mailed?
On October 15th.
And how was it mailed?
It was mailed certificate of mailing and by certified mail.
And did the AIU or L&I receive any return from the Postal Service that there was no such address or that it was a bad address?
I went on to USPS tracking and it says it was received.
Okay.
Online.
And there now, correct me if I'm wrong, is there tracking for certified mail?
Yes.
And is there tracking for the first class mail?
Objection. I think I don't know that Mr. Paralak is qualified to talk about the tracking for mail services. You would have to subpoena somebody from the mail from the United States Postal Service.
I'll withdraw that. I'll withdraw it. I'm going to ask him what did you verify exactly?
That it was received at the address.
So I went on to USPS tracking, and it lets you know whether it was received or unreceived.
I'm going to also testify and move to strike because we don't actually have the actual document. This is merely, with all due respect, the testimony of Mr. Perlak. The city has not produced any documents that demonstrate that this notice was received. And also, on its face, the letter does not indicate how it was mailed.
Okay. Your objection is noted. It's going to be overruled for purposes of determining timeliness of appeal. We will hear them.
And I'm gonna ask just one last question. Mr. Perlak, you didn't get any return mail from the first class mail, did you?
No.
All right. Nothing further.
Okay. Mr. Stormer, do you have any cross-examination?
I do. Mr. Perlak, did you yourself put the notice in the mail?
No, I did not. My Vera Barnes, she works for my unit, and I have the mail certificate of mailing receipt.
Okay, and did you observe Miss Bourne put it in the mail?
So she filled out the document for me, and she gave it to our mail room, and they deliver it.
Okay, and did you observe her doing this?
No, I did.
Also, you would allege that the letter was sent by certified mail. Do you have the return green card with you here today that demonstrates that it was signed for?
I do not.
You do not?
I don't have the green card receipt now.
Okay. I have no further questions from Mr. Perlak.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else from the city?
Not at this time.
Okay,
I have a question.
Sure, please.
Miss, I don't want to butcher your name, Claia Shorney, is that correct?
Claia Shorney, yes.
Yeah, we've met once or twice
Yes.
over the years. Did your client, you said your client moved, when did your client move from the address on Pine Lane, Douglasville?
He would have to answer that question.
Okay.
Oh.
Mr. Pincus, how about this? Why don't we ask Ms. Clestone if she wants to put on her client to deal with this narrow issue of timeliness?
Yes, I would like to.
Yeah, well, then we can why don't you do that then?
Okay.
Please.
All right, Mr. Watson, please state your name for the record.
Bryant Watson.
And are you the principal of BJA Construction?
Yes, I am.
The city had presented the letter dated October 15th during Mr. Perlak's examination. Did you ever receive that letter?
No, I didn't.
Okay. There's some questioning about whether you live at the Douglasville address. Do you currently live at the Douglasville address?
I don't live at the current Douglasville address, but I still own the Douglasville address.
You still own that address? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't receive the notice dated October 15th?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And how did you become aware that the city was attempting to replicate your contractor's license?
I've been trying to, obviously, we've been going through issues with 3103 with getting that project done. And I've been trying to submit for permits for the last 3 months, and there's been issues back and forth. And I've always thought it was my
Okay, Mr. Watson, Ms. Clestone, we need him to be more narrow in his response.
Sure. How did you first become aware that the city had revoked your license?
I tried to apply for a permit, and I saw it didn't go through an eclipse, and I saw it said license revoked.
And what did you do next?
I filed for an appeal.
Okay. And where did you file an appeal?
Downtown.
Where specifically?
I think it was either municipal. I think it was municipal building or City Hall. One of the, me and my brother went to do it together. He helped me out.
And did you also file for what's called an emergency appeal?
Yes, it was an emergency appeal. Yes.
Okay. Had you received the notice dated October 15th?
No, I did not.
Had you received the notice of October 15th, 2024, would you have appealed the decision before November 14th?
Yes, I would.
And why is that?
Right away. I would have did it right away because I need my license. I worked with my license. When I had an issue before, I hired you right away to help me out. I hired counsel as soon as possible.
And had you known, you would have done that as well this time.
Yes, I would.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Any cross? Mr. Johnson?
Just briefly, Mr. Watson, there had been so first of all, you admit your address for the business is a property you still own that is the Pine Lane address in Douglasville, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you admitted that fact as well in your answer to the city's complaint regarding the 1250 North 18th Street address that was filed last month. You filed an answer in that case that admitted that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further.
Okay, Mr. Pincus, do you have an additional question?
No.
Okay, Mr.
Would you
Watson, I
like-
do.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, if you would indulge me, I would like to say something also.
Well, now you have a witness on the stand at the moment, so I want to.
Okay.
He's still on the stand.
I apologize.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
may I ask a question of Mr. Watson?
Yes, please.
So, Mr. Watson, I see you filed your appeal of the violation on November 22nd, 2024. You completed that paperwork, did you not?
Yes.
And the address of the appellant, which is you, is 200 Pine Lane, Douglasville, PA. That is your business address, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And when did you move to King of Prussia?
I've been in King of Prussia for 6 years.
So that's your personal residence? Is that your personal residence?
Yes. Actually, can I explain or no?
No, I have another question. So
Okay.
that's your personal residence, is that correct?
Yes.
But your business residence is 200 Pine Lane, is it not?
Yes.
And is that a working, do you have an office there?
Which address are you speaking of?
At your business office at 200 Pine Lane?
That's my house that I moved into. And when my daughter started school, middle school, I got an apartment closer to Philadelphia so I could get her to school on time.
And is that your business address?
That's the King of Prussia?
Mr. Watson, you've testified that in a complaint with the city, you admitted that 200 Pine Lane was your business address. I am asking you now, is that your business address?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Tennant?
Yes, Mr. Watson, you
Yes.
stated that you filed an appeal to this board, am I correct? When you
Yes.
noticed you could not get a permit? You did not inquire to the Department of License Inspections as to why your license was revoked, or if there was an issue, you just filed an appeal?
At the time when I was trying for permits before it said revoked, and it wasn't working. There was issues with it, and I didn't know why. So I just kept trying to apply and figure out. I called, they didn't tell me. They would say my insurance is not up to date. And I sent in on the clips, I filed that my insurance was updated in July of this year and expires next year. They kept saying, submit your insurance. And I kept doing it for, it was over 2 months that I was doing the same thing over and over again. And it just kept saying that my insurance, something wrong with the insurance. And then when it finally, I guess when I got finished going to court for 3105 and 3103 Euclid, and they closed out the make safe, then my insurance, I actually called the man that's on the phone with us right now, I forget his name, but I called him and said, my make safes were closed on 3103 and 3105 Euclid. I contacted him and he submitted it, and my license everything was fine. I was able to submit for a permit and everything. My permit for Euclid was open back up. And then it said revoked a few days later. So that's what happened. That's when I found out. So when I found out it wasn't working, and then soon as the man that's on, I don't know the man, one of the two witnesses for the city, he submitted the I guess to open up the permit for 3103 Euclid. And right after that, I saw revoked maybe a few days later.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Tennant?
No,
I do
not
have,
this
Mr.
time.
Watson, the address that you use for your business, the address that you receive all of your business correspondence that you continue to use for your business is the Douglasville address?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You had no intention of changing it to the King of Prussia address, correct?
No.
Okay,
No. I'm
thank
my.
you.
Oh, all right.
Thank you.
And
Mr. Stormer, you want,
I just want to confirm that therefore, based on the answers you just gave to the chairman, that when you filed your appeal, after you read the violation, the revocation notice, you still used the address on Pine Lane in Douglasville. So even though you testified earlier that you moved, your business address has at all times been, and you continue to use Pine Lane, Douglasville, PA as your business address for doing business with the city. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
thank you.
Can I
Mr.
just have
Stormer,
some follow? Yes,
yes,
thank you.
yeah, please.
Mr. Watson, how come you have not changed your business address with the city?
How come I have not? Because this King of Prussia address is a temporary address until my daughter graduated high school. She just graduated, so I'm waiting until my lease is up to go back home permanently.
Okay. So I have no more questions, but I would like to note, we're talking about revocation of a man's livelihood. And the due process requires that he have actual notice. He did not have actual notice. And as soon as he had actual notice, that same day he filed the appeal. So I would ask that we proceed to a hearing on the merits on that basis.
Thank you. I'm going to ask, we needed a short executive session. It's now 2:45. We will be back by 2:50. We're going to go off the record for 5. We're going to go back on the record. This is regarding HA 2024-004894-3103 Euclid Avenue, Bryant Watson, BJA Construction. We reviewed the record, and based on the testimony that's been put on, we consider this is an untimely appeal, but it's a de minimis amount, 7 days. So based on that, it's within the discretion of the board to proceed. So we're going to go to hearing. So let's hear the matter, and we'll proceed with Mr. Johnson to call his first witness, and then we will move forward. Mr. Clistorni, I'm sure you heard me.
I did hear you.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
I'm asking only because my screen is a little blurry there. I just want to make sure you heard me. Okay, Mr. Johnson, you prepared to proceed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The city calls Ken Paralak.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Paralak, could you please tell the board where you're employed?
City of Philadelphia License and Inspection Audits and Investigation Unit.
And what is your position within that unit?
Manager.
And what does the job duties of that position entail?
To perform investigations, perform interviews, delegate work through subordinates.
And
other things.
What is the mission of that unit, the Audits and Investigations Unit?
We're a licensing compliance unit.
What does that mean, licensing compliance?
So we're here to make sure that all licensed contractors stay up to date with their license for one, their insurances, make sure that everybody has their proper OSHA cards, make sure that subcontractors are listed on permits, and it goes on and on. But that's the main thing, to make sure that everybody's licensed correctly.
So were you involved in the investigation related to BJA construction?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us how that started?
So I believe the fire department called the contractual service unit out for an emergency at 3103 Usage Street of a partial collapse of a party wall. We were notified by the contractual service unit from L&I the following morning to meet out on the site. When we got out to the site, we seen that the basement doors were wide open. Down into the basement, we could see that the basement was bulk excavated, and there was a partial collapse of the party wall at that time.
So what does that mean, a bulk excavated?
So basically, the whole entire foundation, the whole entire soil in the basement if there was a concrete slab, it was removed, and then all the soil was dug out. When I say bulk, I mean from one party wall to the next party wall was completely dug out. It wasn't just a trench for plumbing or for a French drain. It was completely dug out down. It looks like 2 feet, 3 feet, possibly. I don't have an exact measurement, but it was.
Were you on the scene yourself?
I was.
Did you witness that basement?
I did.
Okay. And what happened after that?
So when we got on site, the contractual service unit was going to do a curbside demo on the property because it was imminently dangerous. And I believe Mr. Watson got a court order to stay that.
So in order to do that type of work, you described the you called it bulk excavation, I believe. Would that be permitted by L&I?
If you had the proper permits. The permit that was issued for this was for minor renovations. It wasn't for, so if you were going to bulk excavate and do underpinning, once you go below the footings or party wall, you have to underpin. In order to underpin, you have to have a permit with plans for that. You have to have an engineer on site full time. Whenever the shovel hits the ground, that engineer has to be there monitoring it to make sure that you don't bulk excavate. In order to do an underpinning, you're going to mark the wall out according to the drawings in 3-foot segments. It's going to say A, B, C, D, possibly E, and it'll start over again all the way down the line. It'll keep going A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D. The engineer's there to make sure that they dig all the A's out in one day. When they dig it out and dig underneath that footing, they're only digging that pocket out. They got to form it up, install the rebar, and pour concrete that day for that section. They have to leave a small gap from that concrete to the existing foundation to dry pack, non-shrink grout. And then they got to come back and dry pack it the following day. So,
and why is that the process?
Because if you dug out the full section all at once, you're going to lose lateral support, causing that foundation wall to possibly kick out, which it did.
And when you say it did, you mean at 2103 Euclid?
3103 Euclid.
Sorry, 3103 Euclid. Okay. Yeah. And was that the party wall in between 3103 and 3105 Euclid?
Correct.
Okay. I have a packet of documents that I'm going to ask you about. Is it okay if I share my screen at this time?
Yes, please.
I'm sharing the exhibits that are collectively marked as City Exhibit C1 at this time. Please let me know.
Just make it a bit larger, please.
Okay, Mr. Perlak, can you see the documents?
I can.
Okay, let me see if I can zoom in. Okay. Can you see, is it bigger?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. I'm showing you page 1. What's the document at page 1?
It's a violate. If you scroll back up, I believe it was a violation notice in order to correct.
For what property?
It is for 1250 North 18th Street.
And can you describe for us, did you become aware of that property at some point in time?
Yes, when I was doing the investigation for Euclid Street into BJA, I pulled up BJA's license to see if there was any other violations that were similar, and this address had come up with, again, another similar incident where they got a general minor permit and the descriptions: interior clean out of trash and old drywall. That's the description, not to dig out the basement. The pictures show that they dug a trench all the way around the perimeter of the basement, and there's underpinning that was completed without the proper permits.
And does the department consider that a serious violation?
Extremely serious. That's the cause of most collapses in the city.
I'm showing now what's at Exhibit C1 at page 4. Can you tell us what this document is?
Again, it's a violation notice and order to correct for 1250 North 18th Street.
And so what was the date of that violation?
6/3 of 2023.
And I'm scrolling down to what's marked as page 7. Can you tell us what this photograph is?
That's a photo of the front facade, the front door, and a stop work order.
And for which address?
North, I believe it's North 18th Street.
And how about at page 8? What does that photograph show?
That is a look. I believe it's a dump truck.
And how about the next page? It's marked as page 9.
So that is the basement. To the far left, where the broom is leaning up against the wall, that is a rubble stone foundation wall, which is stones stacked on top of stones. That's how they built walls years ago. And in front of that broom is a pit where they dug for underpinning. To the right and to the left, it looks like.
What address is this?
Okay, Ms. Johnson, would you confirm the address that we're looking at?
1250 North 18th Street.
Thank you.
Could you go back for a minute to the violation notice issued at 1250 North 18th Street?
Yes.
The address to whom the notice was issued?
200. Yeah.
Okay, that's 1250. I thought I saw a different name in the violation.
There is this notice to BJA Construction LLC, and there's a second notice at page 4. Mr. Perlock, if you know, who is SJC Real Estate?
I believe they're the property owner.
But the contractor on the permit was who?
BJA Construction.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And now I'm going to move to page 10. What does page 10 show?
So it shows the excavation of the basement with 5-gallon buckets filled with dirt, which is typically used to remove the dirt from the basement out to a truck on the street.
Okay, now we need the address of that location, though.
That's the North 18th Street address.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And how about page 11?
Okay, so that's the truck that they're using to get rid of the dirt. You can see all the dirt over the sidewalk and shovels on the sidewalk and the front of the property at North 18th Street.
And for the record, yeah, North 18th Street was the address?
Yes.
And are you aware in this incident, was anyone on the work site at the time L&I did an investigation?
I'm not aware. I was not out at this work site.
Okay. How about the next page? It's photograph at page 12. What does this show?
That shows the excavation along the party wall at North 18th Street.
And how about this last photograph at page 13?
That is the front facade of the North 18th Street property with the basement window where the dirt was.
And how about 14?
Possibly removed out the window.
Yeah.
This is Again, this is the basement of North 18th Street. It looks like it's a different section of the basement where they're starting to install sanitary soil piping.
And how about finally, the next page, page 15?
Again, that's the basement of 18th Street, and it's sanitary piping.
And is this work separate from the excavation, installing pipes like this? Do they have a permit for that?
I am not aware. I don't know for sure about this one. This isn't what the violation was for. It was for underpinning and exceeding the general minor permit.
All right, I'm going to move on to page 16. What is 16?
Final violation notice to BJA Construction, 1250 North 18th Street.
And what was the date of the final notice for that address?
8/12 of 2023.
Are you aware, did BJA, did they ever get the proper permits to comply the violation at any point in time?
So just recently, another contractor got the permits. I don't have that information in front of me right now, but another contractor just got the permit, and it was after the license revocation of BJA Construction. And for some reason, it's another contractor's name, but Brian Watson is the person who requested the first inspection after his revocation of his license. It's a record.
And is that is the a contract a contractor license holder? Are they allowed to be involved in construction in the city of Philadelphia after being revoked?
No, they are not. I have the contractor's information. It's Keith Smith, doing business as KD SJ Redevelopment LLC, and that permit number is RP 2024-008547. That permit was issued on November 14th of 2024, and there was a request for inspection by Bryant Watson on November 21st of 2024.
Are you aware, was he working on the job site at the time of that inspection?
I don't know. I just know that he's listed as the requester.
And would that be prohibited under the Philadelphia Code?
It is.
How about page 19? What does page 19 show?
That's a final violation notice for 1250 North 18th Street.
I'm going to move down to what's marked as page 25. Can you tell us what this document is?
Can you scroll back up? That's a violation notice and order to correct for 3103 Euclid Ave.
And what was the date of that notice of violation?
7/27/2024.
If I may, that notice is issued to Bluebird Lending LLC. That's not to Bryant BJA Construction. Is that correct?
That's accurate. This notice was to Bluebird, and I'm going to ask the witness at this point. I believe. Hold on, I can scroll down. There are some other documents that follow.
Well, will you establish that
yes,
later in your testimony? Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
let's do that.
So I'm now showing what's page 28 within the documents. Can you describe what 28 shows?
So this is a picture from the basement. It's a little bit blurry, but it shows
Place an
at the
objection
bottom,
here.
at the bottom of the page is the
Excuse
foundation
me,
wall.
excuse me. I'm trying to place an objection.
Yes.
Am I heard?
I can hear you now. Yes. I could barely
Yeah,
hear you
so,
before.
right, I apologize. I'm trying to, place an objection. There's been no, foundation left, foundation established that it was in fact, as to who took these pictures.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, would you kindly make sure you do that for
Yep.
this series of photographs that we're viewing?
And for the record, the photograph that I'm showing right now, who took this photograph? Do you know?
These are photographs from the contractual service unit. I'm not sure that it says Carol, so the inspector's last name is Carol. So,
And is there a date that you can testify that this photograph was taken?
yes, 7/25/2024.
And are these photographs kept as a regular course of business within the department's record attached to the violation at 3103 Euclid?
Yes, they are.
I'm gonna continue my objection to Inspector Paralak testifying about these pictures because it's obvious by his own testimony he didn't take them.
Okay, so
And
noted.
I'll ask one further question. You testified earlier that you were present in this basement to view the situation. Does this photograph represent an accurate representation of what you recall seeing in that basement?
It does. I was not in the basement because the building was possibly about to collapse. I was looking through the.
He said he was in the basement. He wasn't.
Okay, wait.
Regular Amazon.
Mr. Watson, we can hear your
Oh,
conversation.
I'm sorry.
So you'll need to mute yourself, sir.
So I was able to see from the sidewalk down into the basement, the condition of what
And
happened.
could you see what is this light area at the top of the photograph?
So the top of the photograph is the floor joist for the first floor. The opening where the light's coming in is just above the foundation wall that's settled. So the foundation wall settled. That whole open light area is how much the settlement of that wall.
When you say settled, you mean the foundation wall dropped down into the hole that they dug?
Objection leading, and again.
Okay.
Mr. Paralak testified that he wasn't even in the building. He didn't take the pictures. He is not qualified to testify about these pictures.
Okay, your objection is overruled. He, in fact, was there on site and was observing from the outside, so he has knowledge of the condition of the property. So noted. Mr. Paralak and Mr. Johnson, please restate. We need to be very specific here. Okay, no leading questions.
Okay, can you explain what you mean by settled?
So once the bulk excavation took place, there was a loss of lateral support of that foundation wall. So when you go down below the foundation wall in this situation, and there's no lateral support to hold the foundation wall in place, the foundation get kicked to the side. There's more pictures to follow that show the settlement of the foundation wall that are a lot more clearer than this photo here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is it fair to say, based on the photograph and based on your recollection of looking in there, could you see daylight in the hole created by the dropping of the wall?
There was daylight going through there, yes.
So right now that wall, what is that providing support for the floor above it?
Objection calls for, first of all, there hasn't been a foundation laid that Mr. Paralak is qualified to render a professional opinion about that, because when he was introduced as a witness, it was stated that he worked for the contractual services unit investigating licenses.
No,
so
he was as a AIU unit.
Correct.
Audits and investigations.
Right, audits and investigations. So there's been
let's
no
do
foundation.
Let's do this. Mr. Johnson, let's do this. In your introduction of Mr. Paralak, let's get put on the record Mr. Paralak's experience in his tenure with the department and his area of expertise.
Mr. Paralak, can you tell us how long have you been an inspector with L&I?
9 years and 5 months, I believe it's been.
What was your experience prior to working for L&I?
I was a iron worker for 20 years, building buildings, high rises, foundation work. I specialized in doing concrete construction with reinforced steel. We did major foundations across the city, from the foundation up to 100 stories tall. I mean, we built Comcast. I built Comcast Center, the Eagle Stadium. I know structural work. I did it and I was a general foreman.
Now, in that time, you received training in means and methods of construction of foundations for buildings?
Yes, I went through a 3-year apprenticeship and then became a general foreman from that time on. For 20 years, I worked for the same company.
And once you started working for L&I, what was your position with L&I?
So I started out as a trainee. I proceeded on to get 7 certifications and became a building code official. So I'm certified with the International Building Code and the Residential Building Code. They're the 2 certifications that would give me what I need for this, along with all the mechanical, plumbing. So I have the certifications from the International Code Council, and I am certified through the UCC of Pennsylvania.
So the 7 certifications, just to be clear, you have the official code official certification, is that right?
I do.
Does that authorize you to act as a code official in any jurisdiction within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
It does.
And did you take the plans examiner certification as well?
I did, and I passed it.
So you're authorized under that certification to evaluate engineering plans and means and methods of construction of foundation work?
I am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on.
So in your opinion, as a code official, would you say that that wall is being supported by, is it by that the joists above are being supported by that wall?
They are not.
And does that create a danger for any inhabitant of the structure or the neighboring structure?
It does.
Explain how.
It could cause a possible collapse because there's no support under there. There was support at one time, which was required. Now there isn't. If the floor joists start to sag, any part of the building could shift to either side and cause a full collapse.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you about another photograph. This one is at page 29. Can you tell us who took this photograph?
Inspector Carroll.
And on what date?
7/25 of 2024.
And what does the photograph show?
That is the basement. Looks like some sanitary piping, and I don't know if that's the party wall behind it. I don't know. I didn't take that particular. I didn't see that particular spot in the basement.
What's the address on that, Mr. Johnson?
This is part of the records related to the foundation wall of 3103 Euclid.
Thank you.
And can you verify, is this kept in the normal business practice of the department as part of the records related to that violation, Mr. Paralak?
It is.
Okay, I'm going to scroll down to the next page, page 30. What is this photograph? What does this show?
I believe that's the foundation wall and floor joist also.
And what can you see at the top of the wall?
Light.
Is the top of the wall connected to the anything above it?
It is not.
Now I'm showing you a photograph marked page 31. What does this show?
This is the front of 3101 or 3103 Euclid's.
And is this part of the same set of photographs, or was this taken on a different day?
Same day.
Are you sure?
Fascinating.
I'm sorry, 10, 10/15/2024.
And who took this photograph?
Dave, it's Inspector Dave Alicio.
I'm going to scroll down to what's marked as page 32. Can you tell us what this photograph shows?
That shows the rubble stone foundation wall.
Can I make this a little smaller because it's huge on my screen?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
We can see the whole photograph. Okay. What is page 32 show?
Okay, so that is the rubble stone foundation wall that at one time was parched with cement. You could see that the lateral support was lost where it starts to sink to the right side, and on the top of the photo you can see where the wall sunk. You could see that it sunk. That you got the whole entire crack at the top where it opened up.
When you looked into the basement, did you view this condition?
I did not. I could not see that far back.
Can you identify for us what's in the middle of the photograph?
Objection. He testified that he had not seen this.
He said he didn't enter the basement, but he can review the record. He's reviewing the record and is describing what he's seeing. Okay, proceed.
Okay, so you want to know what I see in the center?
Yeah.
So in the center of the photo is where the foundation wall is starting to sink. You see all the parging of the walls, cracking, all the rubble stone foundation is settling.
Okay. And how about page 33?
So that's the same thing. You can see to the right side the settlement of the foundation wall, which is causing a huge gap from the floor joist down to the soil.
And is that in the basement of one of the Euclid Street properties?
Yes.
What are these boards on the side on the right?
So that is temporary shoring to help prevent the building from collapsing.
And how about page 34? What does that show?
That shows a foundation wall that is separated and with no support of the floor joist above.
Okay. Were all of those photographs taken by L&I and kept in the normal business practices of the department?
Yes.
How about page 35? What is this document?
So this is a site violation notice to BJA Construction dated 7/26/2024.
And what was the violation for?
The violation is soil or foundation work affecting joining property.
How did it affect the adjoining property? Are you aware?
It caused the party wall to sink, causing loss of support of the joist above.
Are you aware were either of those properties occupied?
Yes.
Which one?
3105.
Was that the property being worked on by BJA Construction?
No.
What's the document at page 37?
Violation notice in order to correct for 3105 Euclid's Ave to Wendy Harper, dated 7/27/2024.
And that's for the neighboring property again?
Correct.
So I'm going to ask one more time. What's page 41?
It's a violation notice in order to correct to Wendy Harper, 3105 usage, 7/27/2024.
And was that, to your knowledge, is that party related to BJ Construction?
It was issued because of the collapse of the collapse of the party wall.
How about page 45? What is this document?
This is a email from my investigative analyst, Craig Carpel, to BGA Construction, notice of investigation letter and request of an interview.
Why was that sent?
For a fact-finding interview to Mr. Watson.
Is that process, is that part of the normal investigation process of AIU?
It is.
What happened after that?
So we interviewed Mr. Watson, and we had a line of questioning for him, and he did come and answer the questioning.
Do you recall what the date of that interview was?
I do not offhand. I could look it up if it's needed.
Yeah, if you don't mind, if you have notes that could refresh your recollection,
yes.
Could you tell me when that interview took place and how?
Okay, bear with me for a minute. I believe this was on August 27th.
And
I'm sorry, August 28th.
Who was at that meeting?
It was myself, Craig Carpel, Jesus Serrano, who's the director of audits and investigation. They were sitting in the background, and Mr. Watson.
And can you tell us, do you recall what information were you seeking?
So we wanted to know basically who was doing the work. So Mr. Watson, he's a sole proprietor. Obviously, he didn't dig that basement out on his own. He stated that his sons helped dig out the basement and that they were not W-2 employees. That he just paid them however he would, he just would give them money here or there, but they were working for him on that site, which would require workman's comp insurance.
He told you that. So wait, you asked him about who was doing the work? What address?
I'm sorry, what is it? What is that, Ms. Questormy?
Yeah, I'm gonna place an objection. There's a transcript of the interview. There's also, my understanding, an audio and video of the interview, which I have requested and I have not received. I did receive the transcript from Mr. Johnson, but I've not received the audio or the video.
Okay, so what is the objection?
The objection is that the audio and the video are the best evidence of his testimony, as opposed to Mr. Perilak testifying about it.
Okay, so what is it? What are you asking now? What are you objecting to? The city's chosen to.
I'm objecting to him characterizing Mr. Watts' testimony.
Okay.
When
now,
there's an actual video or audio bit.
Okay, Mr. Johnson has chosen not to present that, but you, of course, you have copies of the notes of testimony, correct?
Very bad copies of the notes of testimony. I could barely read what they said. That's why I asked him for the audio and the video.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, what is your response to that objection?
I think that the meeting that was held to collect information, in fairness, it was not a long meeting. It was about 16 or 17 minutes in total. There were a few questions that were asked, and I think for our purposes today, Mr. Perlak can tell you what information he gleaned from the answers, and if Ms. Clash-Torney disagrees with any of the answers, she's definitely
Well, let's
able
do this.
to present testimony, and if necessary, I could use that evidence to rebut any assertions otherwise.
Okay,
But
let's do this though.
I think we'll only prolong the proceeding if we are forced to watch the video or something
Okay,
like that.
let's
I don't
do
think
this. This is what I'm proposing is that he can't testify as to what he was told, but he can certainly testify to his takeaway from the meeting.
Same thing
I mean,
with all due respect.
he can testify as to what he was told because the person who was speaking is not an out of court witness. It's Mr. Watson. Anything he would have said in that meeting would come in as an admission. It's not hearsay. He can say what he said.
Okay, just one moment. Just one moment. Just one moment. I'm going to ask legal counsel to chime in here.
Can we take a brief executive session
Sure.
on this matter?
Okay.
Yes.
Yep. We're going to go into executive session. Based on our review of our existing standard procedures and advice of counsel, we will allow the questioning. Mr. Johnson, so please proceed. The objection is overruled. Mr. Johnson? Is he here?
I think his video's turned off.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you hear
Mr. Perlak?
Did you hear?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
We were talking about the meeting that happened with BJA Construction back on August 28th of 2024. Can you tell us what information did you get from that meeting?
Okay, so the basic interview points were background on Bryant Watson and BJA Construction. Bryant Watson is the sole owner of BJA Construction. We asked what BJA Construction stands for. It's the initials of his children. Mr. Watson we asked if Mr. Watson was responsible for pre-job planning, estimating, reviewing drawings before submitting them to L&I Eclipse. Mr. Watson purchases plans from an architect. So what we're asking him if he's aware of what he's submitting. Did he review the description on these plans? The description says one thing, he did another thing. So these are things we ask. Mr. Watson, construction work is all for properties that he has purchased and owns. He has been a licensed contractor in Philadelphia for 5 years. He became a contractor in 2016 to work on his own properties because he believed other contractors were overcharging and were not completing work correctly. He confirmed that the notarized affidavit of sole proprietorship uploaded to BJA's trade license. Trade's license is authentic, document shared. So basically what I asked, I'm just reading through my notes. Basically what we asked him is the document that he uploaded as a sole proprietor, was he aware of it and did he upload it? He said he did. So the information regarding work at 3103 Usledge, Mr. Watson is the owner of the property. I think we came up with Mr. Watson applied for permit RP 2023-010782. He reviewed the approved stamp plans A1.1 and A1.2.
Can you just clarify the permit you just described?
Yes.
What work did that authorize?
That was for renovations, not excavation of a basement.
Okay.
So the description, approved scope of work for the interior and exterior alterations and renovations with the construction of a rear addition on the second and third floors to convert the existing 3-story structure into a 2-family dwelling. No change in building footprint is permitted with this permit.
Okay.
What address is that? I just want to be clear on the address.
That is for 3103 Euclid.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, go ahead. You were talking about that portion of your information that you received from
So
him.
we asked him if he reviewed approved stamp plans, so he would know what's approved and what's not approved on that. He confirmed plans do not approve bulk excavation or underpinning. He confirmed that. He knows that they weren't allowed to do that, yet it was done anyway. Mr. Watson and 2 of his kids bulk excavated the basement. His kids, Bryant and Jan Till.
Objection to that characterization.
What's the objection?
I don't know that it's been, I don't know that foundation's been laid that he can make that assessment. He was not a witness. First of all, he wasn't there when the alleged excavating was taking place, so he can't testify that's what happened. Second of all, he wasn't even inside the property after he got on site. So
Would counsel stipulate that they dug down and undermined the stability of the party wall, causing a collapse of both those structures?
We cannot stipulate to that, Mr. Johnson.
So, Mr. Johnson and Ms. Glastormi, he's relating what he was told in the meeting, which we've already determined we're permitting that testimony.
No,
So
I would object to that. I would
your
definitely
objection
object
is
to that.
noted and it is overruled. Let's proceed.
Okay. So Mr. Watson and 2 of his kids bulk excavated the basement. Their names are Bryant and Jan Till. Bryant and Jan Till work for Mr. Watson, does not consider them employees, just people that help out. Also have other jobs as dump truck drivers and an entertainer. Give them cash here and there, gives the money when they need money, not specifically for the job. Also hired framers and HVAC workers for the job. Sequence of events at 3103 Euclid, recalled by Mr. Watson. He was asked when he purchased the project. So he purchased the property in 2022 from PHA. He had 2 years to complete the work or would receive a penalty. He received a bank loan for work in December of 2023. Began working on obtaining permits after receipt of the loan. Received the permit a few months later. A few months ago. Started work.
Place another objection on Mr. Perlack continuing to testify from the alleged transcript. As I said before, the actual video is the best evidence.
I can ask
of what he
Mr. Perlack if he recalls hearing these statements from your client's mouth, if it's better.
But me putting on my client for testimony regarding this is very different from what was stated in the interview. And Mr. Perlack's recitation or recollection of an interview that took place 4 months ago is not the best evidence of that interview. So I'm objecting. This is completely improper.
But you're saying your client's memory is better than Mr. Perlack's when this is his job to do.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's what you just said.
Saying is
okay, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. The video it exists as you said it is, but it is not presently being presented as part of the record, and we will proceed.
But the city
I've
has
heard you, but Ms. Glastormi, I've heard your objection. Okay, and I've overruled it. We're going to proceed. And I asked Mr. Johnson, however, we don't want to get too far off in the narrative here. We want to be very specific. Okay.
So, Mr. Perlack, I'm curious. Did you ask him, regarding these permits, were there any subcontractors that he hired? Did you ask him that?
Yes, I did. He said there was no subcontractors.
Did he talk about his work on any other projects?
Well, we did question him about the 18th Street.
What do you recall hearing about that project from him?
That he hired some guys to do the work, but he wouldn't. I don't believe. I don't believe he told me who they were.
Did did he say who they were?
I believe that they were working. They were working for him, but he didn't give me names of who the people were.
Would listing subcontractors be required under the Philadelphia Code if they were doing permitted work?
On a commercial building permit, they would have to list the subcontractors within 3 days. On a residential permit, it's not required to list unless we request it in an audit.
What work, again, for just to refresh the board, what was the authorized work at 18th Street?
The authorized work at 18th Street is interior clean out of trash and old drywall.
I'm going to share my screen one more time. And hold on a second. Can you see the document?
Yes, I can.
This is a document marked page 50. What is this document?
This is from my investigative analyst, Craig Carpel. It says in a follow-up to our interview yesterday, please provide the following information. During the interview, you mentioned using subcontractors for your work at 3101 U-Switch Framing and HVAC, and for the demo work and excavation at 1250 North 18th Street. Use the attached subcontractor audit form to list all subcontractors involved in work at 3101 Euclid Ave, permit RP 2023-010782, and 1250 North 18th Street, permit GM 2023-006049. Use a separate subcontractor audit form for each address. Please include the following information. You want me to keep reading all the way up?
Well, just what information were you requesting?
So we're requesting a detailed list of all subcontractors on site. We're not asking for subcontractors that have their own permits, like a plumber or HVAC or fire suppression. We're asking for framers, excavators, concrete workers, anybody that doesn't have their own permit and are working for Mr. Watson. He has to list that.
And what was the date that was sent to Mr. Watson?
8/28/2024.
And what response did the department receive from Mr. Watson?
We didn't receive a response.
And did you provide a date when you requested the information?
I believe it's the date I just said on the email. Please, for the response back, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's for 9/4/24.
Okay. I'm scrolling down to what's at page 52. What is this document?
It's a notice of investigation and interview request.
Was this document, mailed to BJA Construction, 200 Pine Lane, Douglasville?
Yes.
Was it emailed or just mailed?
From here, I just see that it was mailed. I do not know for a fact whether it was emailed also. That would have been my investigative analyst that takes care of that.
Okay, I'm curious. You mailed, this was scheduling the meeting on Tuesday, August 24th. Is that right?
On Tuesday, August 27th.
Okay. And did Mr. Watson appear at that time?
He did appear for an interview, yes.
How was that interview conducted?
It was over Teams.
And was that how that was the meeting you were testifying about and all the information you gleaned from him?
Yes.
Okay, and because in your prior testimony, I think you may have said it was the 28th. Does this help refresh your recollection?
Yes, there was a date that said 27th and 28th. I must have missed.
So was it the 27th as it was originally scheduled?
I believe so.
Okay. One more document I'm going to ask you about. This is at page 46 in Exhibit C1. What is this document?
This is a notice of decision to revoke license 056182.
And what was the basis for the revocation?
For the basis of the revocation is 9-1004, which number 9, license suspension and revocation, other remedies. Number 2, repeated failure to comply with the provisions of the Philadelphia Code. Number 6, repeated failure to secure required permits. And number 13, violation of the Philadelphia Code in a manner that creates a significant dangerous condition or risk to public safety.
And was that related solely to the work that you had testified about at these two properties?
Yes.
Right. And as far as the notice goes, was this an immediate revocation?
No.
October 15th, 2024?
No, the letter was sent out on October 15th of 2024, and it gave a 30-day notice to appeal. Once the appeal wasn't received, the revocation went into effect.
So as we sit here, is he under revocation right now?
He is.
And what date did that start?
I believe it was November 15th.
Okay.
It would be 30 days after. So I'm not sure if it's that exact date. Sometimes we give a couple extra days for, the mailing to make sure that they got the exact 30 days. I don't have that date in front of me right here. But we do list at the bottom of the notification an exact date of 30 days.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I'm going to ask that C1 be admitted to the record at this time.
Okay, so noted, it's admitted. Any further questions?
No further questions.
Okay. Ms. Stormy, you have any cross-examination?
I do, Commissioner.
Yeah, please.
Paralack, you're not a structural engineer.
Ms. Stormy, unfortunately, you aren't coming through very clear. It may need to move closer to your mic or something's happening.
Okay, I apologize. You know what? I think, hold on, if you could, I'm gonna
It's a lot
close the
better
window.
now.
We hear you now.
Yeah, it's a lot better now.
It is a lot better now because
Yeah.
maybe there's background noise. I can close my window.
There was no noise. It's just we couldn't hear your voice. It was very faint.
Really? That no one ever says that to me.
Yeah. Okay.
So can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I'll move closer to the computer so that I'm heard. Mr. Paralack, or is it Inspector Paralack? You're not a structural engineer, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And I believe you testified that you never actually went into the inside of either 3103 Euclid or 3105 Euclid, correct?
Correct.
And you also said that you don't know how far down there was digging in 3103 Euclid and 3105 Euclid, correct?
Correct.
You testified that the department was getting ready to do what's called a curbside demolition, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that the curbside demolition was in fact postponed?
I believe there was a stay from a court order.
And isn't that because BGA Construction filed suit in the Court of Common Pleas for an injunction to stay the demolition?
I don't know all the facts of that. That would be the contractual service unit can testify to that.
So you don't know the outcome of that lawsuit?
I know there was a stay. I don't know any information on the lawsuit. That's part of the contractual service unit.
Part of one of the decision makers to agree to a stay?
I'm sorry, you cut out for a minute. Can you say it again?
Were you one of the decision makers who agreed to a stay of the demolition?
No,
Who was?
I don't know. I'm not, that's the contractual service unit that deals with the curbside demos. It's not my unit.
Were you involved with the inspection of 1250 North 18th Street?
No, I was not.
You never observed 1250 North 18th Street, correct?
Only through documents that are uploaded to Eclipse system. I was not on site.
Why was an investigation started into BJ construction?
Because of the collapse of the party wall at 3103 Euclid.
So it was just because of 3103 Euclid?
A building almost collapsed, so we started an investigation to see if this type of behavior is happening on other projects, and it was.
So other projects, but there's only one other project that something similar happened, correct?
We won too many.
Mr. Perlack, is it typical that an investigation is started after one incident like this?
When it could cause death, yes.
And how many contractors' licenses have been revoked by L&I this year?
I don't have an exact number on that. Over the last couple months, probably 4 or 5.
Couple of months.
Over the last couple of months. I don't have the exact number.
And what was the basis of those revocations?
Collapses of buildings.
Were they all for collapses of buildings?
Yes.
But in fact, in this situation, 3103 Euclid, the buildings did not in fact collapse. Isn't that correct?
Thank God they didn't, yes.
Isn't it true that all the violations for 3103 Euclid and 3105 Euclid were eventually complied?
I'm not aware of that. I'm not part of the contractual service unit. You would have to interview somebody or have somebody from the contractual service unit testify to that.
Your involvement with this matter, 3103 Euclid, and after the interview in August of 2024.
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
Sure. What was your involvement with this matter, 3103 Euclid, after the interview in August 27th, 2024 was concluded?
To determine what caused the collapse and whether a suspension or a revocation was due. We're an investigative unit. We're investigating what caused the conditions of both of these incidents. And what caused the incidents was not following the proper plans or not following the approved plans or scope of work.
Isn't it true that at the interview, Mr. Watson told you that they were not excavating 3103 Euclid, that in fact that his sons were working on the French drain?
He did say that, but that's not a French drain. It's a bulk excavation. A French drain is one ditch along the perimeter of the building where you drop a drain in. You put stone down in the ditch with fabric filter, and you cover it with stone and backfill it. And that French drain usually goes to a sump pit. It's not the bulk excavation of the whole entire basement.
So, but he never told you there was bulk excavation, isn't that correct?
He didn't have to. I could see that there's bulk excavation just by standing on the sidewalk outside.
Do you know did the department ever inspect the structural integrity of 3105 Euclid before this incident?
Did they go in there prior to issuing a permit to inspect?
I'm not talking about 3103 Euclid. I'm talking about the adjoining property. You have no knowledge of the structural integrity of 3105 Euclid before this incident, isn't it correct?
I'm gonna object. The structural integrity before the defendant caused the collapse of the party wall is not relevant.
It's very relevant because we don't know what.
Ms. Clastorma, that was not part of his original testimony, yes, in terms of the structural integrity of the buildings prior to the work starting on 3103.
He testified, with all due respect, he testified that the digging that my client was doing caused damage to the party wall. So I think I can, in fact, ask him what his knowledge is of the structural integrity of the property before.
Okay, well, if he has any knowledge of that, that's okay. We will permit that. We will permit that. Do you have any knowledge of that?
Reiterate my objection.
So noted.
Any damage to the property before Mr. Watson touched it is not relevant.
Okay,
it's not damage to the property.
Listen. I've ruled on this. Okay, Mr. Perlak, answer the question. If you have any knowledge of the structural integrity prior to construction at 3103.
I do not.
Okay, let's move on.
Do you have any records regarding the structural integrity of 3105 Euclid before this?
I do not.
I'm sorry?
I couldn't hear you. You cut out again.
Can you hear now?
I can, yes.
Okay. You testified that during the interview, he told you that he hired workers for 1250 North 18th Street. Was it workers or was it subcontractors?
He said workers. I believe he said workers.
Asking for the interview. I noticed that it advises the recipient that the recipient has a right to consult with counsel. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Do you know at the time of the interview, was Mr. Watson represented by counsel during the interview?
No, he wasn't.
Do you know if he was in fact represented by counsel at during the pendency of the matter involving Euclid 3103 Euclid, the litigation 3103 Euclid?
I don't know if he had counsel.
Did you at all interface with Mr. Johnson during your interview?
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Mr. Christopher Johnson, your attorney here.
No. I did not.
Were you aware that Mr. Johnson was defending the lawsuit that Mr. Watson had filed to stop the demolition?
No.
Isn't it true that the letter asking for the interview was emailed to BGA Construction?
I already testified that I wasn't sure of that. I know that it was mailed, but I don't know. Craig, my investigative analyst, handles that. I don't, so I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
But we can agree that in fact, Mr. Carpel, Craig, did in fact email Mr. Watson on other occasions, correct?
I don't know. I just told you, I don't know. He handles that. I don't, so I can't agree to that.
Well, but didn't Mr. Johnson just present an email from Mr. Carpel to Mr. Watson that you just testified about?
He did, but I don't know if he emailed the notice to him for an interview.
That wasn't my question. I realize you don't know if he emailed the notice to him, but we can in fact agree that Mr. Carpel did email with Mr. Watson on other occasions, correct?
Yes.
And isn't it possible that in fact the notice of revocation letter could also have been emailed?
No.
Why not?
Because Craig Carpel wasn't the one responsible for sending that out.
Who was?
So I put the notice together, the commissioner signed it, and Vera Barnes put it together, put it in an envelope, put the certificate of mailing on it, and handed it over to our mailroom. Our mailroom, we have people that send out all our letters. That's who sends it out, not Craig Corpel.
Craig is a part of your unit, correct?
He was a part of our unit. He just left to work for another city agency.
He was a part of your unit, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, your unit had Mr. Watson's email address.
It did.
It did, correct. So in fact, the notice of revocation could have been
I'm gonna
emailed.
object. I just
I'm
this
not sure,
line of
Miss.
questioning goes to the issue of timeliness of the appeal, which has already been disposed of by the board, and to belabor the point doesn't really advance the matter in any way. It's not relevant to the issues that are still before the board.
I think it
Miss
is
Clestorme,
relevant
Miss
because
Clestorme, I'm responding to the objection. So I guess I'm curious as to where is this headed? Because we've already determined that, in fact, the timeliness matter is resolved.
no, I thank you for that, board chair. However, I am preserving a due process argument. And in my opinion, due process requires that notice be given by email as well as first class and certified mail. So what I'm trying to establish is that Mr. Perlak's unit had in fact Mr. Watson's email in its possession, and it could have very easily emailed him the letter as well as sending it to him by snail mail.
Okay, but the issue that doesn't obviate the fact that he received it and didn't respond timely. So the issue
He
is
did not receive it.
okay, but that can be your argument when you put on your case in chief. I'm asking you to narrow this so we can move this along. We have a lot more cases to hear.
If I may,
I appreciate that.
May I, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, please.
I think we've resolved the issue. We're hearing the case on the merits. And I think any arguments about whether or not the notice was received, we've agreed, and we've agreed to hear it, notwithstanding whether or not it was timely. So
I understand that. It's not about the timeliness, and I appreciate that. It's that, in fact, he should have been sent the letter by email as well, because the unit, in fact, had the email address.
But that is not an established fact. It doesn't necessarily have to be done that way. So I'm asking you to move on, to narrow the questioning and move on.
Fair enough. I will do that. Mr. Perlak, who made the decision to revoke the license here?
Myself, the director of the Audits and Investigation Unit, Jesus Serrano, the commissioner of License and Inspection. We all met together and brought the facts together, and we made a decision.
And before this, did either Mr. Watson or BGA Construction have any history of discipline with L&I as far as their license went?
Yes, on 1250 North 18th Street.
I'm talking about discipline against the license.
Have they had any other licensing violations?
Correct.
I would have to look that up. I don't know offhand.
Isn't that something that was important to consider when making your decision to revoke the license?
What was important was that 2 buildings could have collapsed. That's what the facts on this case is. That 1250 North 18th Street, he didn't follow the approved plans. He excavated without a special inspector on site, which could
Okay, Mr. Perlak, I'm going to ask you to respond to what's asked.
Okay.
And to not add an additional soliloquy, okay? Ms. Clestorme has very specific questions. Please respond to those.
All right. Ask the question again.
Wasn't it important to consider whether there was prior discipline in making the decision to revoke the license as opposed to suspend the license?
With these 2 violations was enough to revoke the license. That's my answer.
Did you consider suspension?
It was considered.
And it was ruled out. Why?
Because 2 separate times, buildings could have collapsed and caused casualties. That's two times too many. We're not going to have it happen a third time.
I have no further questions
Thank
for
you.
this witness.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, any additional witnesses?
The city's going to call Tyler Bukowski.
Okay. I just want to note for the record that I believe two of our board members have had to excuse themselves. And so the remaining will be voting, hearing the balance to its conclusion. So that's myself, Mr. Pincus, Mr. Pettit, and I believe Mr. Patton. I just want to make sure I have everyone present.
I'm not
Uh,
sure,
Right,
Mr.
Chairman.
Pardon me? Yes, Mr. Patton is
Just
still with us.
confirm that I'm here, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. I
I
just
don't
wanted to
think, I
do
don't
that.
think Mr. Pettit is here. I think we're now a panel.
Just
I'm here. Oh,
yeah, there
I
is.
I believe
Okay.
we have a quorum.
Okay. Before we do that though, this is 4:06. I need to take a 5-minute break before we start a new witness. And so let's go off the record for 5 minutes and we'll be back shortly. Okay? Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And Ms. Okay. Mr. Johnson, are you prepared to go back on the record?
Yes.
Okay. Let's proceed. I think, do we have everyone?
Yes.
Do we want to wait for Mr. McSherry? Make sure.
Okay, and Mr.
Thank you.
Pincus. Mr. Pincus should be with us momentarily. Okay. Okay, Mr. Wade, I'm going to ask you to just to connect with Mr. Pincus to make sure he's joining us so that he doesn't miss any of the testimony.
I'll call him now.
Okay. My apologies to everyone, but the nature of Zoom hearings. Okay, I see Mr. Pincus's name. Just needs to turn on his microphone and his video. Mr. Wade, were you able to make contact?
It went to his voicemail.
Okay. That's unusual.
I'll try one more time.
Okay. Oh, I think he's with us. Yeah, there he is. Okay. All right. Let's get started.
My apologies.
Okay, Mr. Johnson,
Yes. Is Mr. Rybakowski on?
I am.
Okay. Mr. Rybakowski, can you tell the board where you're employed?
City of Philadelphia License and Inspections.
And what is your position within the department?
I'm a construction compliance supervisor assigned to contractual services or emergency response.
And how long have you been involved in the CSU unit at LNI?
I've been assigned to this unit since 2014.
What has your job been within the unit?
I've been a building inspector, a plan review specialist, and now a supervisor assigned to the same unit.
And can you tell us the mission of the contractual services unit?
We're assigned the task of inspecting properties throughout the city and declaring those properties structurally deficient by way of declaring them unsafe or eminently dangerous, and then inspecting the permit to either repair or demolish those properties.
And are you authorized under the code and under Pennsylvania law to designate buildings as imminently dangerous for the purposes of demolition?
As a deputized code official, we are.
At some point last summer, did you become aware of a situation at 3103 Euclid?
We received an emergency call for the following properties at 3103 and 3105 Euclid.
And what happened after that?
Following the emergency response for the collapse of the party wall that was shared or common with 3103 and 3105, the properties were going to be placed for an emergency curbside demolition the following morning.
Did you ever view the property yourself?
I did not inspect the property, but I know of the case record.
And are you familiar with the photographs that were provided to the board that were taken by members of your unit?
Yes.
Can you tell us, in your experience, regarding work such as that being performed at the property, digging down the basement, has that become, in your experience, a significant issue with buildings in the city?
Yes.
Can you describe why?
Essentially, you're undermining a stone foundation, which was never meant to be undermined, without it being approved by a design professional, with a design professional on site by way of underpinning it correctly. Potentially, you could lead to the collapse of the property and also the neighboring property that shares that common wall.
And you've had a chance to review the records with regards to 3103 Euclid and 3105 Euclid?
Yes.
Can you describe the damage to the wall that was caused by the underpinning?
Essentially, you had a collapse that occurred at the party wall common with 3105 or 3103 and 3105, which 3105 was occupied at the time. The fire department and responding inspectors vacated that property, and the location was slated for demolition the following morning.
When you say vacated, what does that mean?
It is my understanding that the occupants in 3105 were already vacated of that property, but at the time of the work being done, 3105 was occupied.
So the people living there had to move out as a result of the collapse?
As a result of the structural damage that was done at 3105, the occupants were relocated, yes.
And that was the result of the work being done in the basement of 3103?
Yes.
And could you tell us, did the city end up demolishing those properties?
No.
What ended up happening?
A petition was filed by way of a temporary restraining order in the Court of Common Pleas. An agreement was made with the department that we would not seek demolition at that time, as both properties were standalone, meaning that they were connected, they were fenced off, and 3105 was vacant at the time. So the agreement was made that a permit would be issued and work to be done in a relative amount of time, and then and if not, the department would move ahead with demolition.
And were permits obtained and the properties brought back into compliance with the code?
Permits were obtained for both 3103 and 3105. That work was completed and the properties were deemed safe.
I have nothing further.
Ms. Stormy, any cross?
Just very briefly.
Okay.
Mr. Rybakowski, you testified that you never inspected either 3103 or 3105 Euclid, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever go out to the site?
No.
And were you the one that made the decision to stay the curbside demolition?
No, that was an agreement between the department and the court, with a court by agreement being issued.
I understand that, but did you authorize Mr. Johnson to enter into that agreement, or was it someone else at L&I?
It was partly. The inspector was Inspector Stallworth, who testified at that hearing, and then the agreement was made.
And in fact, BGA Construction obtained the permits within 30 days, correct? Of the agreement.
I don't have that exact date in front of me.
And in fact, they also got a structural engineer to submit a special inspections report, correct?
The permit requires a special inspection report and also a report that signs off that the property is structurally safe at the conclusion of the permit.
And the work was done, as you said.
The permits were closed and the violation was marked to comply.
The occupants of 3105 were relocated, correct?
At the time of the emergency, yes.
Do you know where they were relocated?
No.
Do you know who paid for them to be relocated?
No.
I have no further questions for Inspector Obakowski.
Thank you. Any additional questions from Inspector Rabakowski for anyone? Good, thank you. Mr. Johnson, any additional witnesses?
No, the city rests.
All right, thank you. Ms. Glastorman?
Mr. Woodson, I just want to confirm that we'll be allowed to present closing statements.
Yes, you will be.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to call Mr. Watson.
Okay. Mr. Watson, you've been sworn.
Mr. Watson, please state your full name for the record.
You're muted, Mr. Watson. You have to unmute yourself.
Brian.
Please state your.
Brian
Sorry.
Watson.
And are you the principal of BGA Construction?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been a licensed contractor in the city of Philadelphia?
I think I got my license in 2019.
So approximately 5 years?
Yes.
In those 5 years, how many projects have you worked on in the city of Philadelphia?
Maybe 20 something. I'm not specific. I can't be for sure. Maybe about 20. I'm not sure. Maybe a little under 20. I don't have the exact number.
Okay, so roughly around 20.
Yes.
And before this revocation of your license, had your license been disciplined by the Department of Licenses and Inspections?
No, it hasn't. Not that I know of.
Mr. Pearlak testified that part of the reason that your license was revoked was because of what happened at 3103 Euclid. And he testified that during the interview, you said that your sons were working on the building, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are your sons your employees?
No, they help me out when I need help. I'll call on them, and I'll call on them maybe once or twice a year. My sons are 30 and 33. They're adults. They graduated college, and I'll call them whenever I need them. But besides that, no, they don't. They don't work for me. I hire subcontractors for everything.
And you said that your sons help you out. Have you trained them in construction?
On the job training. Whenever I need help, they'll just learn whatever I'm have them help me with.
Mr. Pearlak testified that at 3103 Euclid, you and your sons were doing bulk excavation. Do you agree with that opinion?
No, I don't.
What exactly happened at 3103 Euclid, in your own words?
We were moving dirt down the French drain, and if you look in the building from the curb on the right side, you'll see the wall is not bothered at all. You see the dirt in the wall. On the left side, you see it's bothered because these, and I say
And the left
idiot,
side is 3105 Euclid?
yes, that side, they went too far. And that's where you see the collapse at.
You said they went too far. Who are you
Yeah,
talking about?
my sons, because I wasn't there at the time when they was on it. I was somewhere else.
Why were you not there?
Making a run, probably looking at another job site, or a Lowe's run or something like that.
Are you typically present when your sons are helping you?
Yes, always, because they're not there that often. They're not there that often. Like I said, they help me once or twice a year. I'm there barely. Like I said, they're adults. They don't work for me.
And what did you instruct them to do?
To dig for the French drain. To dig. That's it.
Okay, and when did I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Obviously, they dug too far and too close. They're supposed to be a foot away from the wall. It was too close.
How far down did you tell them to dig?
About a foot and a half.
And when did you realize there was a problem at 3103 Euclid?
I got a phone call from a neighbor, Mike. The guy Mike, the neighbor. He called me and said he called L&I because there was an issue. My son's effed up, is what he said. And
this is the neighbor at 3105 Euclid.
Yes.
Okay.
He called me and said your son's messed up and get here. And I was already kind of like in traffic, so like I said, I got there. By the time I got there, the police was there, the inspector was there, and the fire truck was there. And when I was pulling up, the fire truck was pulling off, the cops still stayed there, and the inspector stayed there. And when I saw what happened, I called my architect and I called my engineer right away. And they came and they talked that day, like within an hour. It was because it started getting late. Around that time, it's 4:00. The inspector and the architect and the engineer actually talked. I'm sorry, not the engineer, my engineer and the inspector talked. The inspector told him what was wrong. He told him how bad it was. My engineer was like, "Oh wow, really?" He actually went down in the basement, inspected. He came back up and he told the inspector, like, all I have to do is we can shore up these beams and we can do the repairs. Give us time to do it. He said, the inspector said, this is too dangerous. I want to knock the buildings down. Like that's
Who was the inspector? I'm sorry.
Joseph Carroll.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a normal inspector that's around that I see a lot. And he said it was too dangerous. So he was, and I saw his concern because he was real loud, and I'm used to Joseph Carroll being that way. So I wasn't upset. I wasn't taking it personal or anything. Like that's his job, and I was okay with that. And my engineer said, like, we can fix this. Let us repair this. The neighbor, like the neighbor was, like I said, I felt sick for the neighbor. The neighbor was sick, and I felt sick because Joseph was saying he wanted to tear it down. We have to tear it down. And the engineer said, no, we can repair this. We can repair this. And Joseph Carroll said, okay, I'll give you time. Go ahead. And he let us do the repairs to stabilize it till the next day. But he still said the next day, I'm bringing my team out and we're going to knock this house. We're going to knock both houses down.
So you were allowed to stabilize the property, but then he
Yes.
said he would come back the next day with a demolition crew.
Yes.
What happened with the neighbor?
That night, well, they didn't let the neighbor go back in his house. So that night I rented a place for him.
You rented a place for him?
Yes. For him and his family. Yes.
And you paid for his new place to live?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that the next day they were sending a demolition crew. So what happened the next day?
The next day, Joseph, the inspector said they would be there at 10 a.m. So I got there at 9:30. He said he didn't want nobody to go back in the property. So I got there and just waited for him. So when he got there, it was maybe four or five cars came. But it was a bunch of inspectors. Like I say, Joseph came back, a few of them inspectors. I don't know what he was. And the one guy, it was the guy, Gene, whatever. And they all was talking. They're like, we're going to knock your house down. It was It was at 10, and he said we're doing like they said, like, we're gonna knock the houses down. They didn't go in the basement and look at all. They just said, we're going by what Joseph said, we're gonna knock the houses down.
So what did you?
So what I did was I went and got a TRO. I went and got a temporary restraining order so I could get resolve the problem. So I did
Okay,
that.
and you filed a petition with the Court of Common Pleas, correct?
Yes.
And did you in fact retain my law firm to represent you that day?
Yes.
And do you know what ultimately happened
Yes.
as far as the request for the TRO?
Yes. It got approved, and like I said, I hired you that day, and we went to court on that Monday. And that Monday, the judge and Chris Johnson, they gave me time. They gave me time to get a permit, to actually get a permit, a make safe permit to actually do the repairs. So they gave me 30 days to get the permit. And like I say, you, the judge, and Chris Johnson signed off that they would give me the time to get the permit. So within 30, I think it was, I don't get the date right, but the judge gave me 30 days. I got the permit. When we went back to court, I got the permit. And then once I got the permit, you, Chris, and the judge gave me another 30 days to do the repairs. I actually did the repairs, and then we had another 30 days to close out the make safe. We actually came to court. They say everything was done correctly, and they closed out the permit. And that was it. And after, right at, like you say, like, that was a week or two after, like I say, a week or two after that, my license was revoked. Because I was trying
I'm gonna.
sorry.
There's no. I understand that. I'm gonna stop you. Mr. Woodson, is it okay for me to share my screen?
Yes, sure.
Mr. Watson, do you see my screen?
Yes.
And Mr. Woodson, do you see my screen as well?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna direct you to exhibit respondent appellant 1. Is this the report that was submitted by your engineer to the LNI, the Department of License and Inspection, certifying the proper 3103 Euclid is safe?
Yes.
Okay. And was this the special
I'm just
inspection?
gonna make a general objection about these. I mean, there's no question that he got the permit and made repairs as Inspector Rabakowski testified. I'm not really sure what
Okay.
what we're trying to prove here.
Okay, all right. And then my next exhibit, if we could stipulate to that, is the permit for both 3103 Euclid and 3105 Euclid. Can we stipulate that these are in fact the permits that were obtained September 4th for the make
Yep.
safe?
Yep.
Okay, all right. Mr. Watson, so the work was completed, and did you also paint 3105 Euclid free of charge?
Yes, I did. Like I said, like, I know Mike. He's a good guy. That's my neighbor, and I did what I could to try to. Like I said, it doesn't take away from what I've done and what happened, and me but like me flipping his life upside down. So I did what I could. Like, Mike is my friend.
Mike is your friend? Okay. And where is Mike living still?
I'm still renting a place for him.
So you've been paying for him to live at a place ever since July, correct?
Yes.
And do you know when he'll be moving out?
He said he wanted to stay until the holiday season was over.
Are you okay with that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you're paying for all that?
Yes.
Why don't you have workers' compensation insurance? Or why did you not have workers' compensation insurance?
Because I subcontract everything. Like I don't do any work myself. I subcontract. Like so, the most that I would do is go clean up a job site or something like that. But I don't do any work. I subcontract everything.
Do you consider your sons your employees?
No, not at all. They don't get paid for doing work for me.
Do you issue them W-2s or 1099s?
No, I do not.
Let's go back to 1250 North 18th Street, which happened in 2023. Did you in fact apply for a permit to get excavation done? To allow to do excavation?
I did, but not on time. Like it wasn't approved yet. So basically, I applied, but before I applied, while they was doing the demo, I hired someone, and they came in and was doing the excavation before the permit was even approved.
So, you hired a subcontractor for that work?
Yes, I did.
And who was that subcontractor?
Their company was called Friends Construction.
Friends?
Friends,
As in a friend?
yes, with a Z.
Okay, so Friends Construction. And you said that while the application for the excavation permit was pending, they started the work anyway?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know why that happened?
Me jumping the gun, believing somebody be like, I could get it done while the permit is in process. And it didn't work that way, and I fired them.
Did you eventually obtain a permit, and in fact, did you obtain the services of a licensed engineer to observe the work?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you the exhibits again. Exhibit 3. Is that the special inspection report for 2150 North 18th Street?
1250, yes.
Yes, and was that done by Miguel Mota of JDM Engineering?
Yes.
And did Mr. Mota in fact inspect the work, the later work that was done on 1250 North 18th Street?
Yes.
And these were plans that were approved by L&I?
Yes.
I'm also going to show you Exhibit 4, which is the Special Inspection Duties and Responsibilities Agreement for 2150 North 18th Street. Is this something that you obtained or was obtained on your behalf?
Yes.
Okay, and this was approved by L&I as well?
Yes.
Going to Exhibit 5. Is that the structural design criteria form for 2150 North 18th Street?
Yes.
Okay, and was that submitted on your behalf?
Yes.
Okay, going to Exhibit 6. Are these the architectural plans and drawings for 2150 North 18th Street?
Yes.
And Exhibit 7, is
Oh,
that?
wait, Mr. Stormy, do you have another view? Because we have no clue what we just saw.
Oh, I'm sorry. These are plans, but
Can you reduce the size so
yeah.
we can see the full context of
Sure.
the plans?
I apologize. Is this better, or I can reduce it some more?
Some more. And I guess the question for you is, are these the plans that were submitted with the initial permit permit application?
No, they were the plans submitted with the make safe.
For North 18th Street.
Correct.
Okay.
So,
All right.
I'm gonna, sorry.
Yeah, just wonder if you could scroll through them slowly so we can see the extent
Okay,
of the work
all
that
right.
was done.
Is this good as far as a view?
Yeah, that's fine.
Ms. Clastorny, I just want to confirm that all of these things that you're now showing us were plans that were submitted after the department went out and discovered that the building was unsafe, and this was what was done to make it safe after the inspection. So when the department went out in June, this wasn't, none of this had been submitted or approved. Is that correct?
Well,
I
I
guess
think maybe
that's
these,
a yes or no question, I think.
well, I think it's a question more for Mr. Watson. I think the plans may have been approved, may have been submitted before the department stopped the work.
There is a date on the plans. What's the date on the plans?
Yeah, the stamp. There's a stamp right there in the left-hand corner.
All right, I'm trying to. Sorry.
And this is North 18th Street, correct?
That is North 18th Street.
And there was a make safe required for North 18th Street also?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm trying to get to the stamp. Oh,
There you,
no.
you can't make that larger because that's the City of Philadelphia stamp.
Stamp says 9/24/24.
Well,
Okay.
right, so that, yeah, but I think that's the waste hauler form, not the plans.
Oh,
These are the plans, which was the exhibit before.
Keep scrolling down. I saw the stamp.
Down?
Yep. Keep scrolling down. Bottom left.
right
There
there.
it is, okay. All right, it's so
9/24/24.
okay, Mr. Johnson is correct. It was 9/24/24, so it was after the department stopped the work. And exhibit 7 is the waste hauler form, Mr. Watson.
Yes.
Now, and exhibit 8 is their permit that was obtained for 2150 North 18th Street.
Yes.
And what is the date on that?
I don't have my glasses on. I can't see that.
Is it November 14th, 2024?
Yes.
Do you know why it took such, quite a while now to get this documentation?
When they stopped the work order on the make safe, it took all that time. It was submitted last year, but it took all this time for it to come. Once they finally, for some reason, they fixed my license. They said the insurance, for all this time, I thought it was the insurance. They were saying it was the insurance, but it wasn't the insurance because my insurance was renewed in July. And it just kept, that's when I told the story about it, kept going back and forth. But for some reason, I guess once it just got approved right then and there. For what reason, I don't know why. But it's been submitted for a year.
It was submitted for a year.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Watson, prior to 2150 North 18th Street and 3103 Euclid, had any of your projects involved excavation and underpinning?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you some other additional documents. Did you ever, was one of your projects 2536 North Spangler Street?
Yes.
Okay, and did that work involve underpinning?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Glastorny, be honest with you, I'm trying to understand the relevance here, unless we have a sense of who did the work, when it was done, if permits were ordered. I'm not understanding.
Well, that's what I'm getting to, that in fact, Mr. Watson did obtain an underpinning permit for this property and one other property that involved underpinning.
And you can show that permits were prior to the work starting?
Well, he's gonna testify about that.
Okay. I mean, will you be able to show evidence of that?
The
In
evidence
addition
is
to
his
his,
testimony.
okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Watson, Exhibit 9, is that a permit for 2536 North Spangler Street?
Yes.
Excuse me, Ms. Clush-Thorney, I didn't see I just saw Exhibit 9. I don't see a permit.
I'm scrolling to.
Well, you asked him a question and it does not appear to be a permit.
Okay, is this, what is from Atlas a permit, Mr. Watson?
Yes.
Okay, and does this work, call for underpinning and construction of a third floor addition and roof deck?
Yes.
Okay, and was this permit obtained before underpinning work was done on 2536 North Spangler?
Yes.
Was the work done before construction? Was this permit obtained before construction work was started on the building?
Yes.
Was the underpinning work observed by a special engineer?
Yes.
And was that Alpha Engineering?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to also direct you to Exhibit 10. Is that an exhibit, is that a building permit for 2538 North Spangler?
Yes.
Okay, and was that obtained June 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
Okay, and did this call for underpinning?
Yes.
And was this permit obtained before underpinning was performed?
Yes.
Was the underpinning observed by a special engineer?
Yes.
So you are familiar with the process to obtain a permit for excavation and underpinning, correct?
Yes.
And you had previously filed this process,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
Are these just the only two mistakes that you've made? 2150 North 18th and 3103 Euclid?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to that, you have a history of, diligently following the rules?
Yes.
What do you attribute these two mistakes to?
Not being naive.
Not being naive?
Yes, like I said, like leaving my son there when I shouldn't have. Hiring someone to say I could start before the permit is approved, and just taking someone's word for it when I shouldn't have. Like I'm the contractor. I'm the one responsible for everything that happens. So it's my mistake. My mistake. All on me.
Revoking this license, would this be financially devastating to you and your family?
Yes, it would.
Okay, do you need your contractor's license?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Have you put in place processes to make sure that the two situations that happen don't happen again?
Yes.
What kind of processes?
Due diligence and more help on the back end of what I should be doing. Like the contractor that I turned over the new properties over my old properties to. He's a friend of mine, and he's been doing it for 20 years. And I have another friend of mine that's been doing it for 15, and basically just getting someone to help me be more diligent in the work that I do and how I do it. Like even turning him onto the project, he's such a good friend that he put my name on the inspection, but it's him, it's not me. Like he wasn't supposed to do that, but him being a friend.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you that.
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr.
Perlack testified
Mm-hmm.
that you called for an inspection after your license was revoked. Is that correct?
No, it's not correct. And
what happened?
I turned him on to the job. So I guess when he filed for the inspection, he just put my name down as the contact information. Why? I have no idea. Like I said, obviously he's a friend, so he just put my name down, like probably just not second guessing it that like he's doing the work now. But I'm not. I'm not doing the work while my license is revoked. Like that's just not what I'm doing. So him doing that, I don't know why he did it. Maybe like him being a friend and just not thinking twice. But right, he shouldn't have put my name down. But I wasn't there. Like if you go back to the inspector, whatever, I didn't get a phone call or anything about no inspection about that property. The only property I may be a part of is the properties that I own, but I hired a new contractor. But I'm not doing any work until I get my license back. If I do get my license back, if I don't, I'm only a part of it as an owner.
Okay, I have no further questions for Mr. Watson. I
Thank
just want to move into the record, appellant's exhibits 10 through 11.
So moved.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, any cross?
Yeah. First of all, Mr. Watson, who hired you to do work at 3103 Euclid?
It's my property. I'm the owner.
Right. Who hired you to do work at 2150 North 18th Street?
My brother.
Your brother owned that one?
Yes.
Who hired you to do the work at 2536 North Spangler?
My brother.
Your brother owns property?
Yes.
How about 2538 North Spangler?
My brother.
Do you have other clients who aren't yourself or your brother?
No, I don't.
So you're the contractor responsible for all the work that happens on your own properties. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that your children could have died in a building collapse in the basement of 3103 Euclid?
Yes.
Or been injured?
Yes.
And there was no insurance policy that would have covered that loss?
I have building insurance. But like I say, me losing my children, there's no insurance that will cover that period. Like there's no monetary nothing that if I lost my children.
And you had them working, they don't have any OSHA training or special training to do that work, do they?
No, they don't.
So you don't advertise yourself as a contractor, do you?
No, I don't.
You basically got licensed because it was more convenient than hiring someone else, correct?
Not more convenient. I could answer like more, go into more detail.
I mean, you've answered my question.
Okay.
And I have nothing further.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Watson?
I just have one question because I want him to let him elaborate on the last question.
Okay.
Mr. Watson, Mr. Johnson had asked you if you became a contractor because it was more convenient, and it sounded like you wanted to give a more full answer. What is that answer?
Yes. The answer was I bought it before I got my contractor's license. I hired people to do properties. Like I had a regular job. So I hired people in the 90s. I got taken advantage of, lost the properties. I hired people in the early 2000s. The same thing happened to me. And it wasn't. So I bought a property in 2015, 2 properties in 2015. It happened to me again. So in 2019, I figured I'm not going to go through that anymore. So I said, I'm gonna learn a little bit, get a few mentors, and learn to hire subcontractors myself, so I won't have to worry about getting taken advantage of anymore. And it's been working. Besides a few mistakes that I've made, which are big mistakes, but it's been working for me a lot better now that I do it for myself. And now it's been my full-time job for the last 5 years.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Watson, how old are you?
56.
Okay. Prior to 6 years ago, what kind of work were you in?
A trainer, skill development, basketball.
You were skilled. You were in athletics.
Yes.
Training. You were athletic trainer. Okay.
Skill development, not athletic. Skill development.
What does that mean? I'm not sure I understand.
Teaching kids how to training kids how to get in school for free, get high school
life
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 skills, and
okay.
also trying to help kids get into college for free.
Okay. Alrighty. Do you have a specific license in any of the construction trades?
No, I don't. Just GC.
Okay. No did you work at all in the construction trades prior to opening your own company?
Yes.
Okay. How long? Who'd you work for?
I worked in Phoenix, Arizona, where I lived. I worked for
How long did you do that?
Maybe 3 years.
And you worked in Phoenix for a contractor for 3 years?
Yes.
Okay. And is that where you lived before you moved to Philadelphia?
Yes. Well, I lived in Philadelphia, then I moved out there, and then I came back in 2006.
Okay. What was the nature of your work for that contractor in Phoenix?
I wasn't like we built wasn't on the Intel building on the Intel job site. We built the snow fences on the arena. We built the safety the scaffold what's the names, and a couple of downtown buildings. Basically safety apparatuses.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Alrighty. Anyone else have any questions?
I do. And this is a question. There may be further question for Mr. Bryant, but if I can recall Mr. Supervisor Parolak. The question I have is the original permit that was issued for 3105 North Euclid Street. Could you once again describe that permit 3103-3105 Euclid Avenue? Could you say what that original permit said?
Yes. So for 3103 Euclid Avenue, the approved scope of work for the interior/exterior alterations and renovations with construction of a rear addition on the second and third floors to convert the existing 3-story structure into a 2-family dwelling. No change in building footprint is permitted with this permit.
Would that have included installing a French drain?
No.
Would a special permit have been required to install a French drain?
Yes, so you have to get approval to dig and remove the slab in the basement.
In order to,
yes, that would fall under a plumbing permit.
Thank you.
But I think that was being dug out exterior, wasn't it? Wasn't that those holes, exterior holes? I think the pits we saw were exterior, weren't they?
No,
for 3103.
3103, the whole entire basement was dug out.
Okay.
It was a bulk excavation.
Okay. All right. Thank you. My apologies, Mr. Pincus. Didn't mean to.
No. I guess I'm just trying to clarify. Was there a basement in that house, or was this, and I guess this property in Euclid Street, were they creating basements in both of these properties when there were none before the work started?
Mr. Watson?
Yes.
Wait. Mr. Pincus is questioning Mr. Parolak, so I want him to respond.
Parolak, and then I guess depending on how he answers the question, and he may say he can't answer that.
Okay.
Mr. Bryant can answer it.
So let's hear from Mr. Parolak. Then if we need someone else, we will do that. Mr. Parolak?
So there was a basement there. In some of these old houses, they're basements and they don't have a lot of head clearance. So they want to lower the basement floor so that it's more of a livable space. And that's where the underpinning comes in. You want to make it a livable space down there.
So there's a difference between a basement and a cellar.
Well, a difference between a basement and I would say like more of a crawl space.
Yeah.
Okay. So there wasn't a full usable space in either of these buildings before the work started.
Well, it would be usable for utilities.
Okay, but not you and I wouldn't go put a TV down there and watch a football game.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions? If not, we will hear a closing argument from Ms. Clastorni and then Mr. Johnson, after which we will take an executive session before we vote. Ms. Clastorni?
Thank you, Chair Woodson. Thank you for your time. I know this has been a very extended hearing, and I know you have other hearings after this, and I appreciate your patience. Unfortunately, mistakes were made, and as you heard, Mr. Watson is very remorseful about those mistakes. Other than those two mistakes, he's been a diligent and careful contractor who abides by the city's code and all the regulations. He's very remorseful, and he's gone above and beyond to rectify these unfortunate situations. As you heard, he has been paying for the next door neighbor's alternative living arrangements for over 4 months, and he's willing to do that for as long as it takes. Revoking his license as opposed to a suspension of the license for a limited time is a draconian remedy. And as you heard him testify, it would be financially catastrophic for this man and his family. And we believe, considering his history, revocation is not an appropriate remedy. A limited suspension or fine is. Furthermore, in revoking his license before hearing, the city is in violation of both the Philadelphia Code and Mr. Watson's right to due process. Pursuant to Philadelphia Code Section 9-1004, parenthetical 9, parenthetical A, it says that the department may suspend or revoke any license granted under the section for any of the following reasons after an administrative hearing conducted after notice of the proposed suspension or revocation has been sent to the licensee. In this case, revocation was made before there was an administrative hearing. That's not correct, and it's in violation of the plain language of the code. The code requires an administrative hearing prior to any revocation. And I know that I'm sure Mr. Johnson's going to make the argument that because of the late appeal, that's why his revoked status. But the bottom line is the code requires an administrative hearing and notice before there's a revocation. And also, the city has violated his rights to due process. He got his appeal in late. This hearing was scheduled on very short notice, over a holiday weekend, no less. There's been no opportunity for discovery. And most importantly, there was testimony taken, not testimony, sorry. There was an interview of him that was recorded both through audio and video. And despite repeated requests that the audio and the video be produced, it has not been produced. We were entitled to those records and those documents before this hearing. And the fact that we didn't receive those records is a violation of his due process. I will also say that, and this is very annoying to me considering I've been involved in this case from the very beginning. As Mr. Watson testified, he retained me the next day after the party wall collapse at 3103 Euclid. The city was in fact aware that Mr. Watson was represented by counsel. And instead of contacting me, asking for an interview, they contacted him directly, which I think is very inappropriate. And the city was in fact on notice that he was represented by counsel and did not specifically reach out to him without counsel's knowledge. Similarly, the notice of revocation was not sent by email. In this day and age, we all, our lives are electronic. So in addition to notice being sent by so-called snail mail, which I don't know about you, but I've had really bad experiences with the regular mail since COVID, due process really requires that he should have been emailed the revocation notice, just like he was emailed the letter regarding the interview, and just like Mr. Craig Carpel of the Audits and Inspections Unit had repeatedly emailed with him. So the Audits and Inspections Unit that revoked his license did in fact have his email and deliberately chose not to email him the notice of revocation. These are all violations of due process. And all we request is that the city, that this board take into consideration all these issues and to, not revoke his license, maybe impose a fine or a limited suspension. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Like to address the arguments regarding the process here first. The city did comply with the code in giving him notice by mailing the revocation notice to his record address, which he says is his business address. The fact that he didn't get it was not the city's fault. The city did all that was required in giving him notice and an opportunity to be heard. What constitutional due process requires is those two things, notice and an opportunity to be heard. And regarding that, once it became clear that he had requested the hearing, he would have gotten the hearing before the revocation went into effect if he had been notified in time under the mail. I don't know what happened with that, but the city has provided him with the promptest possible post-deprivation process in this very hearing. And prompt post-deprivation hearing can cure any defect in due process. So that's why, in the board's infinite wisdom, it was very important that they heard this case today, because there can be no argument that he's received the full due process due under the Constitution of Pennsylvania and the United States. The rest of this case boils down to a couple of issues. First, counsel has said that he's going to lose money if he can't work as a contractor. The testimony was that he's doing all these jobs on his own behalf and on behalf of his brother. No one's paying him to do this work. He's not deriving income as a contractor. He got this because other contractors have burned him in the past. But frankly, the fact that he's only doing work for related parties should make the board a little skeptical of what kind of prejudice this actually would be to him, because there's been no testimony at all showing what money or income he derives from working as a contractor. As far as I can tell, it's zero. And secondly, the evidence that was produced by the appellant here is basically that he complied the violations after he was caught. He got the permit to do work in the basement of these properties after he was caught. He fixed the neighbor's house that he almost killed the man by doing unpermitted work. If the man had been in there when that wall had fallen, we could be having a wrongful death suit against him. Now, that frankly should be the first priority of the contractor under the Philadelphia Code and under all professional obligations that they have in doing that work, is to make sure that the work is done safely and according to the permits that are issued for the properties. That wasn't the case here, and I think that the city is on very sound footing in revoking his license.
Thank you. Okay,
I
we're
would
going to
just
take.
like some, I'm sorry, can I have some brief rebuttal regarding the issue of Mr. Watson not deriving any income from his construction work?
Okay.
That's really not correct. I mean, why would he be doing it if he wasn't deriving an income? In fact, he does derive an income by rehabbing these properties and selling them or renting them out.
Okay, I think Ms. Clestoni, the issue has to do whether he was deriving income as a contractor during construction, where the client normally advances payment and he gets paid for his labor and his time. That's my understanding of things.
Well, I think he wants to.
But no, we aren't gonna do that. You responded. We're gonna go in an executive session and come back with a vote. We've heard your arguments. Thank you very much. We're back on. Do we have everyone present? Mr. Johnson, Ms. Clestoni, are you present?
Yes.
I don't think I.
Oh, yes, I am. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. With regard, we will now poll the board with regarding to HA 2024-004894-3103 Euclid Avenue, Bryant Watson, BJA Construction, City Firm.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Okay. The vote is unanimous, city affirmed, which means you lost the appeal. As you know, Ms. Clestorna, you may appeal our decision to the Court of Common Pleas. Thank you very much for your participation and your advocacy on behalf of your client. The witnesses are excused, and have a good evening. We have several more cases to hear. Thank you. Mr. Wade?
I'd like to recall case 11 while we have the interpreter. I do not believe the appellant is in the room, but
okay, let's do that.
This is case 11, hearing appeal ending 2702, 3001 Kensington Avenue, Ramiz Alma Kalani.
Okay, do we have a Arabic interpreter?
Yes, this is me, Huda, the Arabic interpreter.
Yes, ma'am. Would you raise your right hand? And so, well, first of all, tell us your name and spell your last name, please.
First name Huda, Huda. Last name Al-Tamimi, A-L-T as in Tom, A as in Apple, M as in Mary, E-E, M as in Mary, I.
Thank you. Raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm that you will faithfully translate the proceedings in this matter regarding 3001 Kensington Avenue from English to Arabic and Arabic to English?
I do.
Thank you. Ma'am, from this point forward, ma'am, everything that's said in English, we need you to repeat in Arabic, and if there is a response in Arabic, please repeat it in English. Okay?
Will do.
Thank you very much.
Case number 11, hearing appeal ending 2702.
القضية رقم 11 نبدي بالقضية 2702.
3001 Kensington Avenue,
العنوان 3001 كانسنجتون أفينيو.
Ramzi Alma Kalani.
مع رمزي آما كلاني.
Okay, is Miss Kalani available? Ama Kalani available?
أستاذ آما كلاني.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. This is James De Leon for the corporation. We have the manager who's the stepson that's here. His name is Moses.
Oh, okay. All right. So you have been retained by the appellant?
Yes.
Okay, Miss interpreter, I need you to repeat everything in Arabic.
إذن لدينا الآن الشخص الموجود هنا المسؤول، ولدينا أيضا شخص سيكون هنا الحفيد الموجود لدينا بأستاذ موسى سيكون الممثل لدينا في هذه الجلسة.
Mr. DeLon, does the individual you brought as a witness, does that person need an interpreter?
Yes. That's the reason why we have the interpreter here.
Okay.
الشخص الذي جلبته كشاهد هل يحتاج إلى مترجم؟ نعم، هذا السبب الذي طلبنا مترجم هنا.
Okay. Thank you. Who's representing the city in this matter?
من الذي سيمثل المدينة في هذه القضية؟
Good evening, Michelle Reinhardt for the City of Philadelphia.
مساء الخير، أنا اسمي ريشيل لاينهارت، أنا الممثلة المدينة هنا في فيلادلفيا.
Okay, Ms. Brown, do you have any witnesses?
Yes, I'm going to call Sanitarian Jody Wilkins for the city.
Okay.
هل لديك شهود؟ نعم، سأجلب الآنسة جودي هانسون ستكون الممثلة لدينا الشاهدة من المدينة.
Ms. Wilkins, if you're present, please unmute yourself and raise your hand so that you may be sworn.
أستاذ ويلكن لو سمحت ارفع يدك اليمين حتى نعطي القسم.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do. هل تقسم وتؤكد على أنها كل المعلومات التي ستعطيها اليوم ستكون صحيحة وصادقة؟ نعم.
Okay. Mr. De Leon, do you have any witnesses that we need to have sworn?
Yes. We have to have Moses, Mr. Moses sworn.
Would you give us his full name, please?
I don't have his full name. I only know him as Moses.
Is he
هل
present?
لدينا شهود يا أستاذ؟ نعم لدينا أستاذ موسى. هل ممكن أن تعطينا اسمه؟ لا أعرف اسمه. هل هو حاضر معنا؟
أنا هنا.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I'm having a problem. I don't see him.
His name is Moses. It's on there as Moses.
أنا هنا قدامك.
Oh, okay.
I'm here. and I'm available.
Okay. Sir, would you give us your full name, please?
أستاذ هل ممكن تعطينا اسمك الكامل لو سمحت؟
موسى سالم.
موسى سالم.
Oh, spell that last name.
تهجأ لي اسمك الأخير.
سالم SALEM.
سالم SALEM.
Okay. Mr. Salam, please raise your right hand so that you may be sworn.
أستاذ
other
سالم
right.
ارفع يدك اليمين حتى نأخذ منك القسم.
The other hand.
اليمين.
آسف.
Do you
Sorry.
swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
نعم.
هل تقسم وتؤكد أن المعلومات التي تعطيناها اليوم ستكون صحيحة وصادقة؟
نعم.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Place your hand down.
شكرا
Okay.
جزيلا.
Mr. Chair, could you excuse me for a quick minute?
You're not prepared to proceed at this point?
No, I'm prepared to proceed. I just need to make a quick run.
Okay. So we need to go off the record for a moment.
For a quick moment.
Okay, let's do that. We're ready to go. Just need to confirm that we have a full quorum on board. Yes, we do. We're ready to go.
نريد أن نتأكد أنه لدينا تسجيل. نعم لدينا. سنبدأ مرة أخرى.
Okay, Ms. Reinhardt, would you kick us off, please?
Thank you, Jason.
ممكن أن تبدأي لو سمحتي؟
Ms. Wilkins, can you please introduce yourself for the record?
I'm Jody Wilkins, Sanitarian Supervisor for the City of Philadelphia Health Department, Tobacco Enforcement.
ماذا ممكن تعرفي عن حالك؟ نعم أنا اسمي وولكن. أنا المشرفة المسؤولة من المدينة في فيلادلفيا المسؤولة هنا في هذا المكان.
I am not sure if anyone else is having the same trouble, but I am having a hard time hearing you, Ms. Wilkins. Can you make sure that your microphone is clear and just that you speak up? I will ask anyone to let us know if they have trouble hearing you.
لا أعرف إذا أي حد عنده نفس المشكلة، ولكنني أعاني من صعوبة من سمع الآنسة وولكن. رجاء ارفعي صوتك، ولو يوجد لديه أي أحد مشكلة في السمع رجاء أخبرونا.
Where do you work?
أين تعملين؟
The Health Department.
اسم الصحة.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear whether that was translated.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And do you enforce the tobacco regulations as issued by the City of Philadelphia?
Yes, I do.
وهل أنت تشرفين على استخدام وتنسيقات استخدام التبغ في مدينة فيلادلفيا؟ نعم أنا أعمل هذا.
Was there a tobacco retailer permit issued for the business at 3001 Kensington Avenue?
هل توجد رخصة بيع أو مزاولة التجارة بالتبغ لمكان التجارة الذي يقع على 301 بكنزington؟
Yes.
نعم.
I am going to share my screen with the city's exhibits. Please let me know when you can see Exhibit A.
سوف أشارك معكم على الشاشة بعض الوثائق التي سنستخدمها اليوم. رجاء أخبروني عندما تستطيعون رؤية الوثيقة A.
Yes, I can see Exhibit A.
نعم أنا أراها. أنا أرى وثيقة A.
I'm scrolling down to the first page of City Exhibit A. This is a denial of application for 2024 tobacco retailer permit dated June 4th, 2024.
أنا هنا أرى في هذه الورقة عندما أنزل تحت هي رفض لاستمارة تقديم التجديد على ممارسة التجارة مزاولة التجارة بالتبغ. تم إصدار الرفض في تاريخ 6 يوم 4/2024.
Are you familiar with this document?
هل أنت لديك علم بهذه الوثيقة؟
Yes, I am.
نعم.
And how are you familiar with it?
كيف أصبحت لديك معرفة بها؟
I issued this letter for the fact that the business had 3 tobacco sales to minors in the span of 2 years, which was on June 4th.
Objection.
What's the objection, sir?
اعتراض.
There is nothing on here that says that there were 3 tobacco sales to minors.
Okay, be more specific in your
well,
listen,
if you take a look,
Mr. DeLon, I'm responding to the objection that you posed, and my direction to Ms. Reinhardt is to be more specific and direct in her questioning.
لدي هنا لقد أصدرت أنا 3 قرارات لها علاقة بالتهم الصغيرة بخصوص متاجرة التبغ. اعتراض لأننا نطلب من الآنسة أن تكون محددة أكثر بالكلام الذي تقوله، لأنني لا أرى هذه ال3 أشياء التي تتكلم عنها في هذه الوثيقة.
Ms. Wilkins, just to start off with, the applicant of for the tobacco retailer permit here was Quick Stop 3 Inc. Is that correct?
فقط حتى أتأكد منك يا أنسة ويلكن، الشخص المتقدم بالحصول على رخصة ممارسة التجارة في التبغ هو المكان الذي اسمه Quick Stop 3 Inc. هل هذا صحيح؟
Yes.
نعم.
And did Quick Stop 3 Inc. previously hold a tobacco retailer permit?
وهل هذا المكان في السابق لقد حمل رخصة مزاولة ممارسة التجارة بالتمغ بالسابق؟
Yes.
نعم.
And was this letter issued in response to a renewal application by the business for their tobacco permit?
وهل هذه الرسالة لقد تم إصدارها بعدما قاموا التقديم على التجديد لرخصة المزاولة التجارة للتبغ؟
Yes.
نعم.
I am scrolling down a little bit, so please let me know if anyone has difficulty seeing the middle of the page, first page of the denial letter.
سأنزل للأسفل أكثر رجاء أي حد عنده مشكلة بقراءة هذه الرسالة أو قرار الرفض رجاء أخبروني.
In approximately the middle of the page, there are a series of 4 dates listed with descriptions next to them.
في منتصف هذه الرسالة يوجد لدينا 4 تواريخ مذكورة وكل تاريخ يوجد الوصف الخاص به بجنبه.
Ms. Wilkins, can you please tell us what those indicate generally?
مدام ويلكنز هل ممكن أن تخبريني ماذا تشير إلى هذه التواريخ بشكل عام؟
Those dates and the words next to them indicate violations that were issued to the business for sale of tobacco without ID or to a minor, or those who are over or under the age of 21.
هذه التواريخ التي تم
Objection.
بها اختراق القوانين هنا في هذا المحال، حيث أنه تم بيع التبغ لناس ليس لديهم هوية تعريفية أو لناس قواصر أو لناس تحت عمر 21 سنة. اعتراض.
Mr. Young, what is your objection?
ما هو
Those do
اعتراضك؟
not show. There are three CVNs. They do not show that it was any sales to anybody under the age of 21.
Okay. Interpreter?
3 من هذه التواريخ لا تدل على أنه تم بيع أي شيء لشخص عمره تحت 21.
Okay, I'm going to overrule your objection and have Ms. Reinhardt, as she goes through her testimony, will bring out the specific violations.
سأوافق على اعتراضك وسوف ندع الآنسة أن تتكلم أكثر وتقول ما هي التواريخ.
Please continue.
رجاء استمري.
Thank you. Ms. Wilkins, starting with the first one dated May 25th, 2022, can you tell us what violation is indicated on this first line?
نبدأ آنسة ويلكم بالواحدة التي بدأت بتاريخ شهر 5/25/2022. هل ممكن أن تقولي لي ما الذي حدث في هذا التاريخ؟
Sell without ID.
لقد باعوا من غير أن يطلبوا هوية تعريفية.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I may, Ms. Reinhardt, do you intend to present copies of each of these citations that are referenced in this letter?
أريد أن أسألك مدام راينهارت، هل أنت لديك النية بأن تقومي بتقديم نسخ من هذه المخالفات للحضور اللي موجودين؟
Yes, those are City Exhibit B.
نعم، هذه هم وثائق المدينة حرف باء.
Thank you.
شكرا.
Let's continue.
خلينا نستمر.
Ms. Wilkins, the next 2 lines are both dated October 25th, 2022. Can you tell us what the site violation notices are indicated on here?
نعم آنسة ويلكنز، لدينا في الخط الثاني لدينا تاريخين هنا حدثوا في 25/10/2022. هل ممكن أن تخبرينا ما الذي حدث في هذا التاريخ؟
October 25th, 2022, sell to minor. Also October 25th, 2022, sell without ID.
لدينا في هذا التاريخ اثنين، واحدة منهم ب25/10 بيع لقاصر، وأيضا لدينا في تاريخ 25/10 البيع من غير طلب هوية تعريفية.
And then on January 16th, 2023, there was one more site violation notice issued.
ولدينا واحد مخالفة أخرى في شهر 1 يوم 16/2023.
Yes, that was sell without ID.
نعم، هذا بيع من غير هوية تعريفية.
Can you tell us what violations, the effect of violations have within a 2-year period on the health department's determination of whether they are permitted under code to renew a tobacco retailer permit?
هل من الممكن أن تقول لنا ما تأثير هذه المخالفات على طلبهم للرخصة عندما حصلت هذه المخالفات على زمن 2 سنين؟
When there are 3 separate dates of violations, then within 2 years, the permit is denied.
عندما يحصل المحل على 3 مخالفات خلال 2 سنين، 3 أو أكثر، عندما يطلبوا تجديد الرخصة يتم رفضها.
You said the permit is denied. Is that discretionary, or is that clear under the code that the health department does not have the authority to renew?
عندما تقول إنه تم رفضها، هل هذا هو مجرد تحت الاستفهام، ولا هذا هو قرار أكيد إن هم لا يستطيعون أن يقوموا بالتجديد؟
That's under the code.
هذا قرار تحت القانون.
I apologize. My question was imprecise. Rephrased. Does the health department?
Let her catch up with it.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
نعم، أنا آسفة، أنا أعتذر.
Does the health department have any discretion on whether they may renew a tobacco retailer permit where there are 3 separate instances of violations within a 2-year period?
قسم الصحة، هل يوجد أي استثناء ممكن أن يعملوه بحيث أن يقوموا بتجديد رخصة مزاولة تجارة التبغ حتى لو حصل 3 مخالفات خلال 2 سنين؟
No.
كلا.
There are 4 violations listed in this letter. How many, can you tell us the number of instances of violations there are under the code?
يوجد لدينا 4 مخالفات هنا في هذه الرسالة. هل من الممكن أن تقولي لي تحت القانون أو النص القانوني كم مخالفة لازم أن تكون الحد؟
3 instances. One is 5/25/22. Second one is 10/25/22. And the third one is 1/16/2024.
This is the interpreter. Please, would you kindly repeat the first date? I couldn't hear you clearly.
Oh, yes. First date, 5/25/2022.
التاريخ الأول thank you. التاريخ الأول لدينا كان في تاريخ 5/25/2022. التاريخ الثاني كان 10/25/2022. التاريخ اللي بعده كان 1/16/2023.
Moving to City Exhibit B.
سوف نتحول الآن إلى هنا إلى الوثيقة رقم باء أو حرف باء.
Can you tell us what we're looking at on this first page?
هل ممكن أن تقولي لنا ما الذي نراه هنا في هذه الصفحة؟
The first CBN dated 5/25/2022 for Quick Stop 3A for a tobacco sale without ID.
التاريخ الذي حدث ب5/25/22 ولدينا التواريخ هنا مذكورة عندما تم بيع من غير طلب هوية تعريفية.
Can you clarify for us what you mean when you say CVN?
هل ممكن أن تقولي لنا ماذا تقصدين عندما تقولين كلمة CVN؟
It stands for Code Violation Notice, which is right on at the top of the page.
لدينا هنا هو عبارة عن خطاب يدل لدينا على اختراق قانون مثل ما موضح في أسفل الصفحة.
Moving to the second page of City Exhibit B, it looks like there are 2 CVNs here. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
نتحول هنا إلى الصفحة اللي بعدها. لدينا هنا مخالفتين، اثنان من CVN. هل ممكن أن تشرحيهم لنا؟
Yeah, so the first one is dated October 25th, 2022, with Quick Stop 3 Inc. for tobacco sale to minor. And then the second one is also dated 10/25/2022 for Quick Stop 3 Inc. for tobacco sale without ID.
لدينا هذه الاثنين هما عبارة عن التواريخ اللي موجودة لدينا في تاريخ مخالفتين في تاريخ شهر 10/25 سنة 2022. الأولى منها البيع لا قاصر لهذا المحل اللي هو الكويك ستوب 3 إنك، والثاني أيضا هو البيع من غير طلب رخصة هوية تعريفية لنفس المحل كويك ستوب 3 إنك.
Moving to the third page of City Exhibit B, can you tell us what this is?
نتحول إلى الصفحة الثالثة من الوثيقة B. هل ممكن أن تخبرينا ما هي؟
This one is for dated 1/16/2023 for Quick Stop 3 Inc. for a tobacco sale without ID for the age of 18.
لدينا هنا المخالفة التي صدرت إلى لنفس المكان اللي هو تباكو إنك، التي صدرت بتاريخ 16/1/2023، والتي هي لدينا إنها البيع من غير طلب هوية تعريفية.
Before issuing the denial letter, did you check whether there were any of the CVNs were administratively appealed or paid?
قبل أنه تصدري قرار الرفض، هل إنه شفتي إذا أي واحدة من هذه المخالفات تم الاعتراض عليها أو تم رفعها؟
Yes.
نعم.
I'm showing you City Exhibit C. Can you tell us what this is?
لدينا وثيقة أيضا رقم C، حرف C. هل ممكن أن تخبرينا ما هي؟
Yes, this was the printout through the Office of Administrative Review showing the disposition of all the tickets that were in the denial.
لدينا هنا قرارات من الشخص المسؤول، وبناء على الوثائق الموجودة الرفض الذي تم.
Do you know whether any of the tickets were administratively appealed?
هل تعرفين إذا أي مخالفة من هذه المخالفات لقد تم الاعتراض عليها؟
They were not appealed that I am aware of. Yes.
كلا، أنا ليس لدي أي دراية بأي اعتراض تم.
What were any of them paid?
هل واحدة من هذه المخالفات لقد تم دفعها؟
All three of them were paid. I mean, all three instances, meaning the total of 4 tickets were paid.
ثلاثتهم، ولكن أنا أقصد أربعتهم لقد تم دفعهم.
Can you tell us the effect of a paid ticket?
هل ممكن أن تخبريني ما هو تأثير المخالفة المدفوعة؟
A paid ticket is admission of guilt.
الدفع هو تثبيت هو الدفع للغرامة، ولكن تثبيت الذنب.
Moving to City Exhibit D, this is a full printout of the City of Philadelphia's tobacco regulations. Are these the regulations that you enforce through your office?
لدينا إلى الوثيقة دي، هذه هنا لدينا القوانين والتنظيمات اللي موجودة بمدينة فيلادلفيا. هل هذه هي القوانين التي قمتم بمحاولة تطبيقها في مكتبكم؟
Yes, they are.
نعم.
I have no more questions for Ms. Wilkins.
لا يوجد لدي أي سؤال آخر للآنسة ويلكنز.
Mr. DeLeon, do you have any cross-examination?
Yes, I do.
أستاذ ليون، هل تريد أن تقوم
Ms. Wilkins, how are you?
مدام ممكن، كيف حالك؟
You have to be patient to let the interpreter complete her statement, okay?
I'm sorry,
نطلب من الحضور
Mr. Chairman.
نطلب من الحضور أن يعطوا وقت للمترجم بالترجمة. شكرا.
I'm fine, thank you.
Good.
أنا جيدة، شكرا.
So, you're the supervisor, and how long have you been a supervisor for?
أنت المديرة، وكم الفترة التي أنت تمارسين بها هذا المنصب؟
Over 13 years.
تقريبا 13 سنة وفوق.
And during that over 13 years. Can you give me a rough estimate as to how many code violations you have given out in your career?
هل ممكن أن تعطيني رقم تقريبي كم مخالفة أعطيتي من خلال برنامج العمل الخاص بك أو فترة العمل؟
Be honest with you, I do not know. Why the fee?
Well, would you say it's over 1,000?
لكي أكون صادقة معك لا أعرف. كثير. هل ممكن أن نقول 1000 أو أكثر؟
Perhaps.
ممكن.
Okay, now, would you say the majority of retail businesses that you come in contact with, the owners and occupants have English as a second language?
هل ممكن
relevance.
ممكن أن نقول أن مالكين هذه الأعمال أو رجال الأعمال في هذا الشيء معظمهم لا يتكلمون اللغة الإنجليزية كلغتهم الأساسية؟ اعتراض لأن السؤال ليس له علاقة بالقضية.
Ms. Ryan, what is the basis of your objection?
The question is
Wait.
مدام راينر، لماذا ما هو أساس اعتراضك؟
The question is generally asking about in the city of Philadelphia over the course of her career, about business owners who don't have English as their first language, which is well beyond the particular appeal at hand today.
Well, we don't really know.
Wait, sir. You can't respond until the interpreter interprets. This is for your client.
Thank you. لدينا سؤال هنا لأنه لا أنا اعتراضي لأن هنا يسأل هو السؤال إنه لماذا هل إنه معظم رجال الأعمال بهذا الشغل أو بهذا المجال لا يتكلمون اللغة الإنجليزية كلغتهم الأساسية، والذي هذا يعتبر ليس هو بالفعل هو لا يعتبر أي عامل رئيسي بالمشكلة التي حدثت.
Okay, Mr. Leon.
We don't really know that yet, do we, Ms. Reinhardt? Which is one of the reasons why we're asking the question.
Okay, interpreter.
لا نعرف هذا مدام لاينهارت، لذلك نحن نسأل السؤال.
Okay. My ruling on the objection is that the objection is sustained. And Mr. Leon, I'd ask you to move on to further cross.
Okay.
Allow the interpreter.
أنا أوافق على الاعتراض لأن الاعتراض يعني كلام منطقي. رجاء اسأل السؤال الذي بعده.
So the establishments that you go into, you notice that they have security cameras.
المكانات المؤسسات التي تذهبين لها لقد لاحظت أنه لديهم كاميرات حماية، صح؟
Most of them do. Yes, they do.
معظمهم، نعم، معظمهم.
And these cameras, from what you've seen, they show the sales that go on in the store of the purchases that people make.
هنا من هذه الكاميرات نستطيع أن نرى المبيعات مقابل الشراء من الزبائن.
Objection. I want to believe this is general and somewhat of a call for speculation.
اعتراض لأن هذا سؤال عام جدا ويثير الشكوك.
Ms. DeLona, are you making the argument for this specific instance and this specific location?
Well, we can make that argument for the specific instance and the specific location, but
okay, let's hear the interpreter. The interpreter's got to keep up with us.
نعم، أريد أن هل أنه أنت تتكلم بخصوص هذه القضية بالذات وبخصوص المشكلة اللي حدثت؟ نعم، أنا أفضل وأتمنى أن تكون الموضوع له علاقة بالقضية.
And so, suggesting to you, Mr. Leon, given the hour and the fact that we have lots more cases to hear tonight, I'd like you to make this specific argument for your case and your client, not so general.
نصيحة لك يا أستاذ، أنصحك أن تتكلم بشكل محدد جدا بخصوص القضية، لأنه الوقت وعدد القضايا اللي عندنا لا يسمح أن نتكلم بشكل عام.
Okay, we can do that.
Mr. Chairman, may I interrupt, Mr. Chairman?
أريد أن أقول شيء أستاذ chairman.
Mr. De Leon, the issue before us is the issuance of a letter revoking or refusing to issue a retailer tobacco permit.
Give the interpreter.
المشكلة التي لدينا هنا هو نريد أن نقوم نريد أن نتكلم عليها اليوم هي عملية إيقاف رخصة عمل محل بيع التبغ.
The violations that have been cited have been paid and are no longer the subject of this hearing.
Well,
المخالفات لقد تم دفعها ولا لا تلعب أي دور اليوم في هذه الجلسة.
I disagree with that.
I wanted to make sure you understand that we aren't here today to entertain argument about the violation notices.
أريد أن أذكرك نحن اليوم هنا نتكلم بخصوص خطابات المخالفات التي وصلت. هذا الذي نحن هنا من أجله.
Well, let's look at it this way then.
خلونا ننظر لها بهذه الطريقة إذن.
Are you familiar with section 9-622 of the Philadelphia Code?
هل أنتم مألوفين مع قانون أو فقرة قانونية 9.622 من قوانين فيلادلفيا؟
Yes.
نعم.
Yes.
نعم.
Are you familiar with the enforcement and penalties section 6?
هل أنتم معروفون أو مألوفون مع قوانين الدفع وتطبيق القوانين رقم 6؟
What about it particularly?
Well, first,
ما هي بالذات؟
I gave this section, the whole, this part of the Philadelphia Code was given to the board as part of my exhibits. So does the board have them? And was Ms. Wilkins given a copy of my exhibits, Ms. Reinhardt?
لقد قدمت هنا إلى المجلس هذه الوثائق حتى أنه يتم استخدامها كوثائق في هذه القضية. لا أعرف إذا أنسة ويلكنز أو أنسة راينرز هل لديكم نسخ منها؟
I'll respond because Ms. Dillon, what will happen? You can cross her on her previous testimony. You can present as you should your own evidence as you get to your case in chief. Okay.
أنا سأجيب على هذا. أنت من الممكن أن تقوم باستجوابها مرة أخرى، ولكن إذا كان لديك أي وثائق أو أي أدلة بإمكانك أن تقوم بتقديمها لأن هذه الأدلة تابعة لك.
Do you have any further questions? Yeah.
Let's go back to the city's exhibit 2.
دعونا نرجع إلى وثيقة المدينة 2.
Mr. Dillon, you were speaking while the interpreter was completing, so I don't know if we heard you. She heard you.
كنت أتكلم عندما كان المترجم يتكلم. هذه هي الوثيقة.
Could you put it, let's go with that first notice, 64-16204.
خلينا نضعه هنا على الخطاب الأول 64162004.
Now, Ms. Wilkins, this gives the individual, once they receive this notice that's dated 5/25 of 22, there's a section there that says that they have 10 days in order to pay that amount of money or else additional fines. Is that correct?
هنا لدينا فقرة مكتوبة يا أنسة ويلكنز إنه لدى الشخص صاحب المحل رخصة لحد من تاريخ 5/25/22 10 أيام إنه يدفع العقوبة وإلا بعدها ممكن أن تترتب عقوبات مالية إضافية. هل هذا صحيح؟
That's correct.
Okay, can we go down to the bottom of that page?
هذا صحيح. هل ممكن أن ننزل إلى أسفل الصفحة؟ نعم.
Okay, now, Ms. Wilkins, this is showing that the date that this was signed by you was on 6/9 of 22.
نبدو لدي هنا أنه لقد تم توقيع هذه الوثيقة بتاريخ 6/9/22.
Do you see that?
هل ترين هذا؟
Yes, I do.
نعم أراها.
Now that was 15 days after the time that was dated at the top of 5/25, correct?
هذا تقريبا 16 يوم بعد التاريخ الذي المكتوب بالأعلى الذي هو بتاريخ 25/5. هل هذا صحيح؟
That is correct. That date is the date I issued.
Excuse me, I just needed That is correct.
هذا
Okay.
صحيح. عفوا أنا
Now,
أريد فقط هذا صحيح. نعم الآن نتكلم.
so the individual was already out of time when they received this notice, whenever they received it.
يعني الأشخاص هنا لقد كان ليس لديهم وقت حتى بالوقت الذي استلموا به المخالفات.
Yes?
صح؟
Just a yes or no is needed.
Objection. She has not had
نعم.
the opportunity to respond yet.
A yes or no.
أعترض. ليس لديها وقت أن تجيب الآن لحد الآن. أنا أريد فقط نعم أو لا.
I apologize. What was the question?
أنا أعتذر. ما هو السؤال؟
No, the question was, the date of this signed by you is 6/9, which is 15 days after the date that it was, the violation was initially dated, and it was exactly 5 days after the time they were to respond to the citation.
التاريخ الذي تم توقيعه 9/6 هو 15 يوم بعد تاريخ الحادث المخالفة، و5 أيام عدى على التاريخ الحد الأقصى لهم بأنه يدفعوا لهذه المخالفة.
Yes?
نعم.
The date on the ticket that I issued it is 6/9/2022. That's correct. They have 10 days after that to pay or respond or appeal. It's not the date of the violation. I apologize if that was what I said earlier. It's the date that I or whoever issues it. They have 10 days from that time.
I'm
لا
sorry.
أنا آسفة، إنه مش تاريخ إصدار الغرامة، التاريخ الذي أنا وقعت وأصدرت المخالفة بعدها لديهم 10 أيام.
So, are you saying that when a person receives a ticket dated 5/25, and as they read down, it says you have 10 days to pay this, that's not really what they're being told?
أريد أن أسألك، إذا لما الشخص يستلم مخالفة بتاريخ مثلا بتاريخ 25/5 ومطلوب من الشخص أن يوقع بعد 10 أيام، أو عفوا أن يدفع خلال 10 أيام، هذا ليس ما تعنيه الرسالة؟
Before you answer, Ms. Wilkins, I believe this question has been answered.
قبل أن تجيبي مدام ويلسون، هذا السؤال لقد أجبتيه أنت أصلا قبل قليل.
It's been established the date that the violation occurred.
لقد اتفقنا على التاريخ التي حدثت به المخالفة.
It's been established when the violation citation was sent and dated by Ms. Wilkins.
ولقد تكلمنا واتفقنا على التاريخ الذي تم إرسال به المخالفة وتوقيعها من قبل الآنسة ويلسون.
And Ms. Wilkins has stated that the violator has 10 days from the date she signed that violation notice to make payment.
ولقد ذكرت الآنسة ويلكنز أنه الشخص لديه 10 أيام من التاريخ الذي تم التوقيع من أجل تسديد الدفعة.
And furthermore, the time to question the validity of this violation notice or any of its contents or any of the procedures set forth in the violation notice would have been at the administrative hearing on the appeal from the violation notice.
وعلى كل حال كل هذه التواريخ ستكون موجودة بالفقرة الرابعة وموضحة بالخطاب الذي يتم إرساله المرفق بالمخالفة.
Then, Board Member Pincus, let me make my record, and we will get to that part as to that appeal notice and the appeal that was not able to have been taken.
نعم، إذن هذه هي النقطة التي كنت أريد أن أبرهنها، ومن ناحية من ناحية الاعتراض، حيث أن هذا الاعتراض بناء على التواريخ التي لم تكن مضبوطة.
Okay, and I'll move a little faster because I see where the board is going.
Well, Mr. Dillon, the way that unfortunately, the way the tobacco procedures are written and the process that's been in place for many, many years, once the violation has been paid, that create extensive limitations in terms of the response after that.
للأسف يا أستاذ أنا أريد أن أقول لك في عالم التجارة بالتبغ هذا هو قوانين لقد تم إنشاؤها لسنوات طويلة. عندما تحدث لدينا مخالفة توجد أشياء أو تحدد أو تعيق الشخص المتاجر بها لفترة طويلة.
Okay, you have any further cross-examination?
Yes. Let's go to the next 1025.
دعونا نتحول إلى المخالفة الأخرى بتاريخ 25/10.
Ms. Wilkins, on these, the dates are 10/25 of 22, correct?
مدام ويلكنز التواريخ على هذول هو 25/10 سنة 2022 صحيح؟
Correct.
صحيح.
And let's go down to the bottom.
خلينا ننزل لتحت.
And on these, you signed 11/4 of 22.
وهنا قمت بالتوقيع في تاريخ 11/4/2022.
Correct.
صحيح.
So this was 10 days late.
هذا 10 أيام متأخر.
Correct.
صح.
Okay, let's go to the next one.
Before we proceed,
خلينا نذهب إلى اللي بعدها.
you said, Mr. De Leon, that it was 10 days late.
Yes.
What makes you say it was late? It was the date that was signed by Ms. Wilkins was 10 days after the inspection occurred. That doesn't make it late.
لقد قلت أنت متأخر. نعم أنا لدي سؤال لماذا سميته متأخر؟ لقد تم توقيعه وهذا لم يجعله معنون بأنه توقيع متأخر.
I'm glad you brought that up, Board Member Pincus, because this goes directly to the section of the board that I was talking to you about as far as enforcement and penalties, which I gave you, which states that
Mr. Dillon, let the interpreter catch up with you before you.
نعم أنا سعيد جدا لأنك قمت بالتكلم على هذا يا أستاذ لأن هذا يتطابق مع الفقرة القانونية التي بخصوص حرز القوانين والعقوبات التي شاركتها معكم قبل قليل.
Whenever any officer with authority to enforce ordinances
والذي ينص عندما في أي وقت الضابط الذي يقوم بأخذ القرارات يريد أن يتخذ قرارات قانونية ويطبق القانون.
Included for purposes of this section any Department of Public Health.
ومن ضمنها بهذا القسم أي قسم آخر متعلق بالصحة العامة.
Becomes aware of a violation of this section.
عندما يكون لديه علم بأي مخالفة بهذا القسم.
Such officer shall hand or deliver to the violator a printed notice of the violation.
عندما يقوم بإجلاب ورقة مطبوعة أو منسوخة بخصوص المخالفة التي قام بها.
If the violator is a retail outlet,
إذا كان الشخص المخالف للقوانين هو عبارة عن شخص يملك محل تجاري.
the officer shall hand or deliver the notice to the manager of the outlet or an on-site supervisor.
حيث أن الضابط يجب أن يقوم أن يعطي نسخة من هذا القرار إلى الشخص المدير المسؤول أو الشخص المسؤول بهذا الوقت في المحل.
So by the very wordings of the statute under the Philadelphia Code, this is late.
فلذلك تحت قانون وفقرات القانونية تحت نص القانوني بفيلادلفيا هذه الأوراق لقد وصلت متأخرة.
Well, the issue is how was based on what you just said, how was the notice delivered to the owner, to the establishment?
We don't know.
Well, listen.
إذا المشكلة لديك يا أستاذ هي كيف تم إيصال هذه المخالفات إلى مالك العمل، صح؟
Ms. Wilkins, how was the notice delivered to the establishment?
أنا الآن لقد كتبت الملاحظة بخصوص التوصيل الخطابات.
It was delivered in person. I delivered it myself. The first two violations were delivered myself.
Okay, thank you.
هذه المخالفات الاثنين لقد قمت بإيصالها بنفسي. أنا شخصيا قمت بإيصالها.
May I
any additional
questions?
Yes, any additional questions?
Who did you deliver it to?
سؤال إضافي لو سمحتي، إلى من أعطيتيها أو إلى من قمت بإيصالها؟
It was someone in the business. I didn't get a name or a number or details on that person, but it was someone that represents the business. I'm sorry.
شخص ممثل لهذا البزنس، يعني أنا لم أخذ اسمه ومعلوماته، ولكن شخص كان يمثل هذا المحل.
Mr. Chair, I would like you to take judicial notice of that answer.
So noted.
And, okay. And the fact that the Philadelphia Code stands that the health director is to give it to the manager or an on-site supervisor specifically.
Okay, thank you.
أستاذ، أريدك أن تقوم بتدوين هذا الشيء، لأن حسب قوانين فيلادلفيا يجب الشخص المسؤول من الصحة أن يقوم بإعطائها إلى مدير أو مدير مسؤول
So
شخصيا.
let's go to that next CVN.
خلينا نذهب إلى المخالفة اللي بعدها.
Now, Ms. Wilkins, on this one, it's dated 1/16 of 23, correct?
مدام ويلكنز، هنا نقول لدينا التاريخ 16/1/2023 صحيح؟
I'm gonna object to this. If it is the same line of questioning as the prior tickets, I don't think that this has any relevance to the appeal of the denial letter. I think this would have been relevant to the appeal of any of these CBNs through an administrative appeal that was waived when the ticket was paid.
You haven't heard my defense yet.
أنا أريد أن أعترض. إذا أنت تريدين إذا أردت أن تقدم نفس الحجج التي ترافعت عنها، فسوف يكون الموضوع ليس لديه علاقة، الموضوع لديه علاقة أكثر بطريقة الدفع. إذا كلا، أنت لم تسمعي حجة دفاعي لحد الآن.
Okay, she can answer. She's answered the others. Let her answer that one.
Okay, سوف
Okay, can you go down to the bottom?
ممكن ننزل لأسفل.
Now, the date on this one is, I don't know, this isn't you, is it?
No.
And the date
التاريخ
on,
هنا، هل هذا هو أنت أو لا؟ لا.
I would like this one to be stricken, truthfully. If she's not the individual that gave it, how can she testify that it was given?
إذا هنا نريد أطالب بحذف هذا. إذا لم تعطه هذه المخالفة، لماذا تأتي هنا حتى تشهد عليها؟
Ms. Reinhardt.
If I may respond, thank you. Ms. Wilkins is testifying regarding what she did in preparation for the determination of the denial.
أنا أريد أن أقول أن الآن مدام ويلكنز هي موجودة حتى تقول لماذا هو كان رأيها ومساهمتها في عمل الرفض.
These are the tickets that are underlying that same determination and is what Ms. Wilkins based her determination on. However, the facts contained in these tickets and the validity of the tickets themselves are not on appeal here.
لأنه لدينا هنا هذه التكتات كلها لها علاقة بالرفض ولماذا تم الرفض. على كل حال البعض منها لا توجد لدينا المعلومات الكاملة عنها هنا في هذا الجلسة.
Okay.
The validity of anything that was given as it relates to a case before this board is relevant. And
أنا أريد القول أن كل شيء له علاقة بهذه الجلسة يعتبر شيء له قيمة.
As I stated earlier, Ms. DeLon, our responsibility in this instance, given that the order tickets were paid, are fairly narrow. And so, therefore, we're going to include that information.
Okay, can I just have
let the interpreter interpret what I just said.
أريد أن أقول لك أن بخصوص كيف تم دفع هذه التكتات وفرصة نجاح هذا الموضوع بالنسبة لي تقريبا يشكل 0%. ولكن دعني أكمل. عفوا. Sorry, go ahead.
All I want is to point out that 2/15/23 date is 30 days from the date of 1/16 of 23.
أريد أن أقول أيضا التاريخ اللي موجود هنا بتاريخ 15/2/2023 تم توقيعها أيضا بعد 16 يوم من التاريخ الذي تم إصدار فيه وثيقة المخالفة.
Okay. Any further cross-examination?
هل يوجد أي استجوابات أخرى إضافية؟
No.
كلا.
Ms. Wright, Hart, do you have any additional witnesses?
No,
مدام رايت، هل لديك أي إضافات أو أشياء إضافية؟ كلا.
no additional witnesses and no redirect.
لا يوجد شهود إضافية ولا يوجد إعادة توجيه للقضية.
Mr. DeLeon, your opportunity to present your case.
Yes. Ms. Reinhardt, could you keep that letter that you have? Could you put that up, please? The one that has the payments.
أنسة راينهارد، ممكن أن ترفعي الورقة لو سمحتي، الورقة أن تضعيها مرة أخرى، الورقة التي تحتوي على الدفعات.
Are you able to see it?
Yes, I can see it. Thank
هل
you.
نستطيع أن
I
نراها؟ نعم.
appreciate.
شكرا.
So now, I'm calling my first witness and maybe my only witness, Moses.
الآن سوف أجلب الشاهد الوحيد الذي لدي هنا، هو الوحيد ربما أستاذ موسى.
نعم.
Yes.
Okay, Moses. You've told us your name. Tell us, what is your position?
موسى لو سمحت، لقد أخبرتني اسمك، أخبرني بمنصبك كمان.
أنا أمانج المحل بالصباح من الساعة 9 إلى الساعة 6 المساء.
So I'm the manager of the store from 9 a.m. until 6 p.m.
Excuse me, I apologize for interrupting. Has the witness been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay.
آسف على المقاطعة، هل تم القسم؟ نعم.
And can you tell us, in your store, do you have security cameras?
أخبرني Yes.
And what does the security cameras, what do they show? Where are they aimed at?
الكاميرات عندك في تبع الأمن ماذا تستهدف؟ يعني عندما تنظر إليها ماذا تستطيع أن ترى من خلالها؟
إنها تستهدف المحل كله، كل الأماكن.
Pretty much the whole store, everything.
Okay, are the cameras pointed where they can see who buys or who buys cigarettes from your establishment?
في هذه الكاميرات هل تستطيع أن ترى من الذي يشتري السجائر من محلك؟
نعم.
Yes.
And the dates that we're talking about is back in October of 22, January of 23, May of 22. How long would the cameras, the pictures that the camera took, how long would it be available for you to view?
إذن التواريخ اللي نتكلم عليها هي بشهر 10 سنة 22، بشهر 1 23، بشهر 5 22. الصور التي تم التقاطها في هذه التواريخ هي متوفرة لحد إمتى؟ لحد إمتى ممكن تكون موجودة عندك وتستطيع مراجعتها؟
7 أيام.
7 days.
Okay. Now, did anybody ever come to you with a violation that happened in the store over the sale of cigarettes?
هل يوجد أي شخص أتى إليك وأعطاك تذكرة أو خطاب مخالفة لبيع السجائر؟
لا.
No.
Does your staff, what do you tell your staff if a person from the city of Philadelphia comes into your establishment?
ما الذي تخبر به الموظفين لديك أن يعملوا في حالة لو أنه إجا موظف من مدينة فيلادلفيا من قسم الصحة إلى مركزك أو إلى محلك؟
يدعوا لي عشان أخرج.
That they call me so I can talk to them.
Did anybody ever call you or did you ever talk to any official with the city of Philadelphia about any of these alleged violations?
هل دعوك أو هل أنت تكلمت مع أي شخص من قسم الصحة من مدينة فيلادلفيا بخصوص هذه الاتهامات؟
Mr. Chairman, may
Yes.
I interrupt?
Yes.
Mr. De Leon, I think I mentioned this before. we're not here to litigate the validity of these violations, whether they were properly issued or any other issues relating to the violations, the security cameras, the instructions for the staff. The chairman has already, I'll stop for a minute.
Yeah.
نعم أستاذ ديلاين، نحن تكلمنا، نحن هنا لسنا موجودين حتى نتكلم عن صحة هذه التكتات وكيف تم إعطاؤها وعن كاميرات الأمان اللي موجودة.
I appreciate that you want to build an administrative record through this hearing.
أنا أشكرك على أنك تريد أن تضع شيء هنا بالتوثيق لتوثقه خلال هذه الجلسة.
But our board is not here to develop a record with respect to the violations, the violations, their issuance, and the payment thereof. We are here.
نحن هنا لسنا لمناقشة كيف تم إعطاء المخالفات أو كيف تم دفعها. نحن هنا من أجل شيء آخر.
If I may point out, the appeal that was filed by your client
إذا أنا أريد أن أشير هنا أنه الاعتراض الذي تم تقديمه من الشخص موكلك
states
يقول
since January of 2023,
منذ تاريخ يناير 2023
the store had purchased and implemented a full identification system
إنه المحل قد تم شراء وتم إدخال جهاز كامل للتحقق من الهوية
for the sale of cigarettes, and since then have not been
لبيع السجائر، ومنذ ذلك الوقت لم يتم
violated.
أي مخالفات.
It's been a year and a half, no violations.
إنها مرت سنة ونصف من غير مخالفة.
That means the system is working.
هذا معناها أنه النظام الذي نستخدمه الآن هو نظام شغال.
And this type of errors won't happen again.
وهذا النوع من المخالفات سوف لن يحدث بعد الآن.
I believe that stands as an admission that the violations have occurred.
أنا أؤمن أنه هذا اعتراف بأن المخالفات لقد تمت.
I disagree.
أنا لا أوافقك الرأي.
I would like to ask my client to explain how these tickets were paid. Moses, what happened here that led to these being paid?
أنا أريد أن أخلفك الرأي، وأنا أريد أن أدعو هنا موكلي حتى يتكلم كيف تم دفع هذه المخالفات. موسى، ما الذي حصل عندما أو كيف تم دفع هذه المخالفات؟ تكلم.
I would object to relevance as the code provides what the meaning of a paid ticket is.
أنا أريد أن أعترض لأنه لدينا هنا القانون يتعارض مع ماذا يعني دفع تكت المخالفة.
Mr. DeLong, are you asking him to determine to say if he paid them or not, or if they were not? I'm not certain if
how they came about being paid.
But what's the relevance of how they came about being paid as long as they were paid?
Well, if you hear him,
wait.
It's going to be a minute.
Wait.
It'll just be 1 minute.
Wait, let the interpreter interpret what the chairman just said.
Yes.
ماذا تريد أن تقول أستاذ ديلان؟ لماذا تريد أن تقول إنه كيف تم الدفع؟ إذا هو تم دفعه هذا لن يغير الموضوع. كلا أنا أريد أن نعطيه دقيقة واحدة حتى يعبر. لحظة واحدة، خلي المترجم يترجم ثم نتكلم.
Okay. No, unless he's going to say someone paid them who is not related to the store owner, they paid on his behalf, is not relevant.
Well, let's hear what he's going to say.
But I'm telling you what we're willing to hear.
Well, I believe he's going to say what you're willing to hear.
إذا أنا أريد إذا قال لنا أنه هو حدا دفع التكتات من غير مش تابع للمحل. خلينا نسمع. نعم، ولكن نحن نريد أن نسمع فقط هذا الكلام.
Okay. I'm curious, so it would be a very limited answer then. Let's hear who paid these. I understand your Ms. Reinhardt, I understand that your objection. So I'm going to allow some limited testimony.
سوف أرفض اعتراضكم آنسة راينهارت. سأريد أن أعطيه وقت محدد جدا لأنني أصبح لدي فضول أنني أعرف من الذي دفع التيكت.
الذي دفع التيكت هو كان المحاسب بتاع المحل.
The one who paid the ticket was the clerk at the store.
محاسب
The payrolls at the store.
Okay.
Wait,
All right.
I'm sorry, what was that answer?
Interpreter repeating, please let me know if I need to ask the question. But then what he says is the guy who's in charge of the payroll of the store.
Okay, initially, I think you said the clerk of the store. That's the reason why.
This is the interpreter again. I have said that and then he corrected me.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's move on.
إذا ننتقل الآن للوضع الذي بعده.
Okay, I'm finished. I have no more questions.
Okay. Ms.
أنا
Reinhardt,
انتهيت. ليس لدي سؤال بعد هذا.
Ms. Reinhardt, any cross-examination?
آنسة راينهارت، هل لديك أي استجوابات؟
If Mr. Moses, can you please tell us what your relation to this business is exactly?
أستاذ موسى، هل ممكن أن تقول لنا ما هي علاقتك بهذا المحل بالضبط؟
نعم، أنا أدير المحل بالصباح، وأبي هو المالك. واحد من المحاسبين هو أبي.
Interpreter is just clarifying. إذا أخي أبيك هو المالك ولا المحاسب؟
أبي واحد من المديرين اللي بالمحل، وأنا أساعده أديره بالصباح من 9 إلى 6.
My dad is one of the managers of the store and I help him by managing the store. In the morning until 6.
Okay, so just for general purposes, it sounds like what you're saying is that you're a manager but not an officer of the business. Is that fair?
يعني أنت مدير المكان ولكن أنت لست ضابط المكان، صحيح؟
صحيح.
Correct.
And can you repeat one more time the position of the person who paid the tickets?
هل من ممكن أن تعيد لنا مرة أخرى منصب الشخص الذي دفع التيكت؟
المحاسب بتاع المحل الذي يعمل كل الحسابات ويجدد التيكت، اللياسن، كل حاجة.
The accountant, the guy who does all the payrolls and pay all the tickets and everything that related financially to the store.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
ليس لدي سؤال آخر.
Thank you. We will hear any closing arguments from Mr. De Leon, then we will close with Ms. Reinhardt before we vote. Mr. De Leon?
سوف ننتهي إلى إفادات النهائية أستاذ ليون وبعدها ننتقل إلى الآنسة راينهارت. أستاذ ليون.
Mr. De Leon, because of the interpreter, I'd ask that if you just make your closing in short clips so she can keep up with you.
Yes.
أستاذ ديلون، نطلب منك لو سمحت أن تتكلم بجمل قصيرة حتى المترجمة تستطيع أن تتواصل معك.
The first, I'm going to give you a case, Commonwealth v. Spencer.
أريد بالبداية أن أعطيك القضية التي يتم بها تصريف الأشياء.
It's number 1005.
رقم 1005.
CD 2021.
CD 2021.
And it stands generally as the guardian of process.
تقول هنا بشكل عام أنه الشخص المسؤول عن هذه العملية.
The court should be and is
حيث يتوجب على المحكمة
sensitive to legal requirements that ensure
أن تتأكد من أن كل المتطلبات القانونية موجودة.
adequate notice and due process.
من ضمنها الخطابات التي يتم توصيلها بالشكل الصحيح خلال هذه العملية.
And by paying these bills, at a late time
وأن دفع هذه الفواتير في وقت متأخر
through a bookkeeper
خلال كتاب يتم تدوين به كل شيء
did not take away my client's rights of due process.
لم يأخذ حق موكلي من أنه يقوم بالاستمرار بتسديد الأشياء المطلوبة في هذه العملية.
Everything the city has shown this board
كل شيء قامت المدينة بجلبه هنا لهذا المجلس
has prejudiced my client's due process rights.
لقد عرقل موكلي بأن يقوم بأن يتخذ الإجراءات الصحيحة.
And I point the board to the case
وأنا أريد أن أؤشر إلى المجلس هنا على القضية
of McCreesh versus the city of Philadelphia,
هنا للقضية قضية مكريش ضد مدينة فيلادلفيا
which is 585 PA 211,
التي هي برقم 585 PA 12
which states that Pennsylvania law demands
الذي تقول إنه يتطلب قانون فيلادلفيا هنا
that plaintiffs in a civil action
إنه يتم للجميع أن يكون لهم حقوق المدنية
upon filing of original process
من ناحية التقديم خلال الخطوات الأساسية
refrain from a course of conduct
بمخالفة قوانين المحكمة
which serves to stall in its tracks
والتي يتم أنه تدوينها هنا في التسجيل والملف
the legal machinery
الأداة هنا هنا وتوصيل الأداة القانونية
they have just set in motion.
هنا لقد قالوا هنا عبارة عن قاموا بذكر السبب اللي موجود لدينا
Which is what we have here.
والذي لدينا هنا
And you, the board, have seen it.
وأنتم هنا بالمجلس لقد قمتم بشهود هذا الشيء بشهادة هذا الشيء
It's just up to you to realize it.
ولكن يجب عليكم فقط أن تدركوه.
What the city has done is put forward
ما قامت به المدينة هنا هي قامت بتسليط
where this particular client
على هذا الموكل بالذات
had no notice
لم يتم تبليغه
that he was in jeopardy.
ولذلك لقد تمت المقامرة به.
And once he found out he was in jeopardy,
وعندما أدرك ما الذي حدثت هنا المخاطرة له.
He tried in a way
لقد حاول بشكل ما
to prove that he wasn't
حاول أن يدرك بأنه لم
guilty of what he's being charged with here today.
إنه غير مذنب بالذي تم اتهامه به هنا اليوم.
But he's being held accountable for a bookkeeper paying a ticket which they didn't know anything about.
ولكن إنه تم الآن مخالفته ومحاسبته بسبب شخص كان يقوم بمتابعة الأوراق قام بدفع فواتير لم يعرف أصلا ما هي أصلها.
And he's now trying to assert his due process rights, which he should.
والآن هو يحاول أن يكمل الموضوع بشكل صحيح وهذا ما يتوجب عليه.
And it's up for the board to take this evidence in its total light.
والموضوع راجع للمجلس إذا كانوا أن يروا هذه الأدلة تحت الضوء.
And the reason why it got to you
وأن السبب إنه هذا الموضوع وصل لكم
is because they weren't given the chance to show it at an earlier proceeding.
لأنه لم يحصلوا على فرصة بأن يسلط الضوء عليها بالخطوات اللي قبلها.
Thank you.
شكرا.
Thank you. Ms. Reinhardt.
أنسة راينهارت.
Thank you.
شكرا.
Council argues that there was no notice that the permit was in jeopardy here. However, there are two critical issues with that.
لقد قال هنا المحامي أنه عدم توفير الخطاب لقد قام بالمجازفة بالرخصة. على كل حال لدينا مشكلتين أساسية نتكلم عنها اليوم هنا.
The first appears to be a lack of notice argument. However, the financial officer both received and processed these notices once they were received.
أول شيء أنه عدم استلام الخطابات، هذه المخالفة أو هذه الحجة غلط، لأنه هم استلموها
I have to
وقاموا
object.
بالتصرف على
Mr.
أساسها عندما قاموا بدفعها.
Mr. Leon, you don't get to do that in the middle of closing argument. Understood?
أستاذ ديلان، لا تستطيع أن تعمل هذا خلال
Understood,
عندما
Mr.
تعطي
Chair.
الجملة النهائية.
Ms. Reinhardt, please continue.
Thank you.
مدام راينهارت تفضلي.
The second issue is that we have no information or testimony to support that the financial officer was in any way operating outside of their authority when paying these tickets.
لا يوجد لدينا أي معلومات أو أي أدلة أنه الشخص القانوني أو الشخص المحاسب لقد قام بدفع هذه الفواتير من غير رخصة قانونية.
We likely do not have any information about attempts to obtain administrative appeals of the tickets directly that were denied based on any of the possible reasons that were argued today.
ولذلك عندما تم تسديد المخالفات لم يتم تقديم أي اعتراض ولم يتم رفض أو قبل أي اعتراض لأي سبب من الأسباب التي تم جلبها أو ذكرها أمامنا اليوم.
And in fact, the administrative appeals process was not exhausted because instead of applying for the appeals of the individual tickets, they were paid.
ولذلك والدليل على هذا أنه بدل ما أنه يقدموا على اعتراض على هذه المخالفات لقد قاموا بدفعها.
And under code, challenges to individual CVNs are waived when the ticket is paid.
لذلك تحت القانون أنه لما تتم المخالفة ويتم دفعها يتم أنه إزالتها هذه المخالفات.
The question here today is now that there are 3 separate incidents of violations that are documented by the tickets themselves.
السؤال لدينا هنا أنه يوجد لدينا 3 مخالفات مختلفة بتواريخ مختلفة والتي تم تدوينها من قبل مخالفات التكتات نفسها.
Did the health department properly deny the permit renewal for 3 separate incidents of violations within 2 years?
هل لهذا السبب أن قسم الصحة لقد رفضت ملف التجديد بسبب هذه المخالفات الثلاثة التي تم عرضها علينا خلال السنتين؟
As the code does not give discretion as to whether the department may or may not issue permits when there are more than 2 instances of violations, the decision here should be city affirmed.
هنا لدينا بغض النظر عن أنه متى تم دفع هذه المخالفات وتم إعطائها يجب القرار هنا أن يكون قرار صحيح وتم موافقة عليه من قبل المدينة أو مجلس المدينة.
And finally, I would just like to ask the board to admit city exhibits A through D.
آخر شيء أريد أن أطلب من القسم أن يقبل الوثائق التي قمت بإدخالها من ملف A إلى ملف J.
The exhibits are admitted.
كل الوثائق لقد تم قبولها وتسجيلها.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now poll the board with
Mr.
regard to this
Chairman,
matter.
I would like my exhibits also entered.
Yes. Please
أريد
identify which
وثائق أيضا أن يتم إدخالها.
A1 through A4.
Okay.
من A1 إلى A4.
Appellate's exhibits A1 through A4 exhibit.
object.
All right. What's the objection?
I have not received them.
أنا
And
لم
they were
أستلمهم.
not shown at any point in the hearing.
Mr. Young, did you
They were
submit those?
given to the city before the hearing and they were given to the board at the same time. With
لقد
prior
كنت
counsel for
موجودة
the
وقام
city.
إدخالها بنفس الوقت الذي قمت بإدخالها ملفك.
Okay, wait a minute. Mr. Leon, to whom did you communicate and when?
مع من تواصلت أستاذ ديلان ومتى؟
I communicated with Mr. Hernandez
لقد تواصلت مع الأستاذ هرنانديز
and the board.
ومع المجلس.
Okay, Ms. Reinhardt, did you have any record of anyone receiving or transmitting those attachments for your presentation today?
I was not made aware of them, and when I reached out to appellant, the email address indicated on the appeal form to ask if they had an attorney, I received no response. So was not able to have a conversation before.
هل لديك أي تاريخ بهذه الوثائق؟ كلا، وعندما طلبتها وبعثت إيميل أطلب منهم نسخة من أي وثائق أو التواصل مع المحامي لم أستلم أي رسالة، لذلك ليس لدي أي تاريخ أو أي شيء متعلق بهذه القضية من قبل.
Mr. Dillon, you didn't put any of your attachments on the record during your presentation.
I asked about it right at the beginning. I asked
That's
whether
not
or
putting
not
them on the record saying this is an inquiry about them and sharing them. You didn't do any of that.
لم تضيفها أنت على التسجيل أو التوثيق لأن هذا متطلب وأنت لم تعمل
Well, the
هذا
only
صح؟
part I used the city's exhibits.
Yes.
And I did use the Philadelphia Code.
لقد استلمت وثيقة المدينة وقانون فيلادلفيا.
Section
622, I believe.
Yeah, we will admit the code as well as we've already admitted the other items.
And we've already discussed that code.
هذا القسم القانوني سوف نقوم بإدخاله بالإضافة إلى ما أدخلته الآنسة.
Okay, the code will be admitted. Okay, thank you.
إدخاله شكرا.
Okay, we will poll the board on HA-2024-002702.
لقد تم إدخال الوثيقة الآن سوف نتكلم عنها بالجلسة HA 224-0227
3001 Kensington Avenue.
بخصوص المدينة التي تقع إلى ريزز أفنيو.
Ramzi Al-Makalani.
مع رمزي ماكلاني.
The city affirmed.
هل المدينة تؤكد؟
City affirmed.
نعم تؤكد القرار.
City affirmed.
تؤكد القرار.
City affirmed.
تؤكد القرار.
Okay, there's the unanimous vote is city affirmed. Mr. Dillon, as you know, you can appeal our decision to Court of Common Pleas. Thank you very much for your aggressive advocacy this evening. And all the witnesses are excused. Thank you so much.
لقد تم رفض القرار أستاذ ديلان ممكن أن تقدم اعتراض على هذا القرار وشكرا جزيلا لحضوركم. And this is the interpreter. I will also excuse myself.
Yes, you excuse.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the next matter.
Chairman, did you record my vote?
No, I did not. Just one moment. I didn't realize you were back.
Yes, I've heard the entire matter from the time it was open.
Okay, let's correct it. Make sure the record reflects the vote from Ms. Penn. So that would be a 1/5 vote of city affirmed. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Wade, what else do we have waiting for us?
That brings us to case number 14, hearing appeal ending 2713, 7015 Saybrook Ave, Delia Calderon.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Thomas Gluyutza for the city.
Mr. Gluyutza. Okay, is anyone here representing Delia Calderon? Delia Calderon, 7015 Saybrook Avenue. That person present?
I believe it's Delilah.
Delilah? Okay, my apologies. I mispronounced it. Delilah Calderon, Saybrook Avenue. Anyone present?
This matter was continued for counsel on 10/10/2024. Notice appellant listed the address of 61 Virginia Ave in Hazlet, New Jersey. Notice of this hearing went to 61 Virginia Ave, Hazlet, New Jersey on October 24th.
Thank you. Mr. Galuzza, what's your pleasure?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The city would request a city affirm for failure to appear.
Thank you. Time, Mr. Pincus?
6:45 p.m.
6:45 p.m. We will poll the board on HA 2024-002713, 7015 Saybrook Avenue, Delilah Calderon. City affirmed, non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed, non-appearance.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Wade?
That brings us to case 15, hearing appeal ending 2771, 346 North 52nd Street, Kiran Pierre.
Who's representing the city?
Thomas Guyutsa for the city.
Mr. Glitzer, good afternoon again.
Hello again.
Mr. Pierre, are you present? Kiran Pierre. Kiran Pierre.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, sir, we'll need you to turn on your video. Okay, Mr. Pierre, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Okay, before we begin this, what is your relationship to this property on North 52nd Street?
I was a contractor for the property.
Oh, so you were the contractor. What is the name of the construction company?
Eco Contracting LLC.
Okay, and given that, Mr. Galuzzi, do we need to have legal counsel, given that this is an LLC?
The licensing violation notice was issued to him as an individual.
Okay.
I was unaware that there was a corporate entity involved. There's no mention of said corporate entity in the Eclipse documents.
Okay, Mr. Pierre, who holds the license here?
I do. I think that when I when I first applied, I think the city messed it up because whenever I get permits issued, it's always in my name and not in my contractor's name.
Was that your intent?
No, it was my intent was to have it in the contractor's name, but nobody ever gave me a clear direction on how to actually change it.
Okay, well, I need you to adjust it so we can see your face. Yeah. I'm going to ask Mr. McSherry. Mr. McSherry, should we proceed in this?
Yes, the responsible party is the appellant here as an individual.
Okay.
The violation notice was not issued to a corporate entity.
Okay. Mr. Galuzza, you have any witnesses?
I do, yes. Inspector Kenneth Parlak.
Okay. Inspector Parlak, okay. Thank you. But, sir, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you very much. You can place your hand down. Mr. Perrin, are you calling witnesses?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Galuzza, let's start.
Thank you, Chairman. Inspector Parlak, how long have you been with the Department of Licenses and Inspections?
9 years, 5 months, I believe it is.
Thank you. And could you tell the board what your role is currently?
Currently, I am the interim manager of the Audits and Investigation Unit.
And what do you do as the interim manager of the Audits and Investigations Unit?
Oversee the License Compliance Unit, oversee inspectors, supervisors, and any type of questioning for contractors, interviews.
So would this role give you supervisory control over any audits or investigations that are performed against contractors in the city of Philadelphia?
It does.
Thank you. Could you please walk the board through a typical audit?
So a typical audit starts from the office. What we'll do is, if it's a, let's call it we work off of, first of all, we work off of referrals, 311 complaints, and program inspection list. So if the inspection comes from a program inspection list, it would be a certain criteria that we pick, and GIS would put together a list of addresses for us, and then we just pick off of that list. So we'll pull up a permit from that address, and first thing we do is check to make sure, is the contractor licensed? He could have been licensed when he got the permit and his license could have expired. Does he have up-to-date insurance? If it's a commercial building permit, did they upload their subcontractor list within the 3 days required by the Philadelphia Code? Then once we get out to the site, we check for OSHA 30 cards, and it could expand out to all the other contractors on the site.
Excellent, thank you. And is that the methodology that was used to select Mr. Pierre's business for an audit?
Yes, it was. It was
The audit was off of program inspection PI 2024-00001.
Thank you. Now, in the course of this inspection, did the audit's investigation unit find that a subcontractor list was uploaded?
The subcontractor list was not uploaded and still is not uploaded to date.
Thank you. Members of the board, may I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Thank you. All right, is everything coming through okay?
Not yet.
All right.
Here we are. We see
There we
Exhibit
go.
A. Yep.
Excellent, thank you. So
you need to expand that because it's a bit too small.
Oh, certainly. Is that better?
No, it's in the other direction. You need to. It's yes. You get it even
I
smaller.
apologize. When you said expand, I took it to mean the other direction. How's that?
Okay, it's readable now. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Inspector Parlak, can you identify this document, please?
This is a licensing violation notice, CF 2024-042574, issued 6/7 of 2024.
And is this licensing violation notice a record that would be kept in the standard course of business of LNI?
It is.
Thank you. Could you please read what the description of the first violation is?
No subcontractor list uploaded.
Thank you. Scrolling down, could you please identify the second violation?
No OSHA, meaning no OSHA card for a particular worker on the site.
Thank you. Scrolling down once more, could you please identify the third violation?
Again, no OSHA.
Thank you. And scrolling down further, if you could identify the fourth violation, please.
So this is no contractor shall employ an unlicensed subcontractor to perform any activity regulated under this section, and the unlicensed contractor is North Ice HVAC.
Thank you. And is that text repeated for a presumably a second subcontractor that is listed below?
It's two workers employed by North Ice HVAC, working as an unemployed contractor for the GC.
Thank you. Continuing on to Exhibit B. Hang on, let me adjust this so it can be seen. Oop, that's too far. Is that coming through okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Inspector Parlak, can you identify this photograph?
This is the front facade of the property.
Thank you. And scrolling down, could you identify this photograph, please?
This is the interior of the property.
Could you please identify this photograph?
So this is a worker on a A-frame ladder with what is UL 181 tape that is used to seal HVAC ductwork. And you have the tin snips on his ladder also, which is used to cut the ductwork.
Is this one of the workers from the North HVAC company?
Yes.
And would this worker be either utilizing these tin snips or utilizing the A-frame ladder for a estimate or for any kind of bidding work?
For work. When you do an estimate, you don't have tin snips or the tape to actually wrap the ductwork.
Thank you. Could you please identify this photograph?
Yes, this is the second worker, and you can see that there's round ductwork in front and behind him, and then above him is the main trunk of the ductwork, which is sealed up with mastic.
And would there be any reason for these conditions that you've documented to exist if this was a installation, or excuse me, not an installation, if this was a estimate?
No, if it was an estimate, no material would be installed yet. This is installation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we had to change the size up. Is this readable Exhibit C?
Yes.
Thank you.
Make that a bit large. Yeah, there we go.
Bit
Thank
larger,
you.
sure thing. Inspector Parlak, could you identify this document, please?
This is a I believe this is a subcontractor request. Yeah, this is a subcontractor request audit form. So we send this request out to the contractor with a detailed list requesting all subcontractors. So if the subcontractor is not working at this time, you would put NA on it, or if they are working, you would put who the contractor is. We're not asking for contractors who have their own permits. They work from their own permit. We're asking for contractors that are working under the main building permit that do not have their own permit.
Thank you. And how long did Mr. Pierre have to respond to this email?
7 days.
Thank you. Scrolling to Exhibit D. Do you recognize this email?
This is another email to Corinne Pierre. If you could scroll down like you're.
Oh, apologies. Yeah. So this was. Is that better? Making it a little bigger?
Yes.
All right. And can you identify who this email is from?
It's from Corinne Pierre.
Yes. And what did Mr. Pierre say in response to the subcontractor request?
I do not currently have any subcontractors.
Thank you. The city has no further questions for this witness.
Okay. Mr. Pierre, do you have any cross-examination questions? Meaning, do you have any questions based on his previous testimony? You can testify yourself in a moment, but do you have any questions at this time?
Did you witness anybody doing any work?
I was not on site doing the inspection. I am the manager testifying as an expert witness. What I witnessed is the photos of 2 workers installing HVAC pipe in the photos that were just supplied.
How can you claim that they were installing?
Mr. Kern, Mr. Perrin, this is an argumentation. This is you asking a question. You've asked a question. He responded. Do you have any additional questions?
No.
Okay. Mr. Galitza, you have any additional witnesses?
I do not, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Perrin, is your opportunity to put on your case. What would you like to tell us?
So I was not present at the house when whoever the inspector was that showed up. I also had no knowledge of who he encountered in the property. After I got the email, I contacted the owner, who told me he contacted the company to inspect the HVAC work that I did. So also, that's all I have to say right now.
Well, this is it. I mean, this is your opportunity before we make a decision. So is there anything, sure there's nothing else you want to tell us?
I don't have control who the owner sends into their property because technically it's not my property. So if you show up at a random time, how can I possibly be held liable for whatever the owner decides to do?
Okay. Were you the general contractor for this project?
Yes.
And you pulled the permits or the construction permits?
I pulled a construction permit, yes.
Okay, so all the work that's done during your contract period is your responsibility, correct?
No.
Oh, okay.
If how can it's not my responsibility if the contract I agreed between me and the homeowner of what work I was supposed to do technically is out of my scope of work. So
okay. Mr. Glitzer, you have any cross-examination?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pierre, what type of work were you contracted to do at this property?
I was contracted to do the framing, the HVAC roughing and complete the sheetrock and paint and insulation.
And does the sheetrock go in after the HVAC is put in?
Yes.
Based on the photograph that the city showed us, there was no sheetrock up. Wasn't your HVAC up installed?
No.
So that wasn't ductwork over that person in the photograph?
That was a roughing.
Okay. And did you do that rough-in?
Yes, I did that roughing myself.
So did you ever obtain the name of the company that the homeowners used to take a look at your work?
No.
Did you ask the homeowner why they brought someone else in to look at your work?
No, I didn't ask him why. This was my first contract with pulling the permits and doing all those things. So he did whatever he decided to do. And that was basically the issue.
And did you have city inspectors review the work that you performed?
Yes, I had Inspector Johnson come after and verified my work. On my permit. So.
Okay.
Anyone else have any questions?
I do. I guess I do. Are you familiar with North Ice HVAC?
Say it again. I'm sorry.
Are you familiar with a company known as North Ice HVAC?
No, I'm not. As far as from my knowledge, I did everything I was supposed to do because I did the permits, I did the work myself, and I also called. I initiated all the inspections myself and everything. So,
did you install the HVAC? You said you were contracted to do that. Did you do that all by yourself?
Yes, I did the roughing all by myself. Yes.
You didn't have any employees helping you?
I don't currently have no employees now.
Thank you.
Did you pull the HVAC permit, Mr. Pereira?
Yes.
You did. And what is are you certified HVAC contractor in Philadelphia?
No.
So how did you pull the permit?
You're not required to be a certified HVAC tech to pull an HVAC permit in the city of Philadelphia.
You aren't required to have the HVAC license to pull a permit in Philadelphia.
No.
Okay. Alrighty. And you did all the framing as a one-man job?
Correct. I've been working on the project for a whole year now. So.
Well, that wasn't the question. I'm asking you did all the framing alone as a single person.
Yes.
And what's the ceiling heights behind you? Is this the project behind you, or you in a different location?
No, I'm in my garage. It's totally different.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Already.
Mr. Pierre.
Yes.
What was the gentleman on the ladder doing?
I'm not sure. I don't know. This is my first time even seeing the pictures. I wasn't there.
Well,
all these pictures you're showing me right now, I've never seen it at all.
If you installed the HVAC, it looked like he was installing the branches.
Like I'm telling you, this is my first time seeing the pictures that you guys just put on the screen. I have no knowledge of what that guy was doing in there. And to my knowledge, he wasn't installing anything. So
okay. All right. Thank you very much. And does anyone else have anything else?
Just a brief closing, if I may.
Yes, please.
The city has provided evidence and testimony today of first, that no subcontractor list was uploaded to the city per the requirements of permits and per the requirements of the Audits and Investigations Unit going by the Philadelphia Code. Secondly, based off the photographs that we saw today, we saw members of the North Ice HVAC Corporation working on the HVAC system and installing HVAC system components without any proper OSHA cards or without any notice being given to the city via the subcontractor list. For these reasons, we would request the city affirm.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pierre, anything before we vote on your matter?
Yes.
Yes.
I want to put on the record that I had no knowledge of these people doing the work in the house until after this was issued, the violation was done. They didn't do no work in the house, to my knowledge. And I don't know who these people are. This is my first time seeing these pictures or even seeing who they are. And also, I can't control what the homeowner does with his property.
Okay.
Before we vote, could I
yes.
ask for an administrative session brief?
Okay. All right. Thank you. It'll be very brief. It's 7:06. We'll be back in 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I would like to ask a question of Mr., I'm going to say his name incorrectly, for the city, Mr. Prilak? Is Mr. Prilak still here?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
So, Mr. Prilak, who took the photographs of the two gentlemen, the man on the ladder and the other gentleman standing by the wall?
One of my inspectors. Do you need his name?
Well, yes, you can give it to us.
Okay. Give me 1 second to just pull that up on the computer. I don't not have it right in front of me. Bear with me 1 second. Mark Slade.
And when Inspector Slade was at the site, did he obtain any documentation verifying that these gentlemen were subcontractors of Mr. Pierre?
He asked them who they worked for. They said they work for North Ice HVAC. The permit holder for the ductwork and for the installation of the HVAC system is Mr. Pierre. So nobody else was contracted to do this work. So unless there was another permit to do the work, they were working for Mr. Pierre.
So he did have an HVAC permit.
Yes, he does have an
He had
HVAC permit.
HVAC permit?
Yes.
For the ductwork, etc., did he have a permit to install the units?
It's for everything, yes.
Okay.
Okay, that answers my question.
Okay. Anyone else have anything?
I just want to make sure I understand the answer to that question. If so that there was a permit issued to Mr. Pierre for not only for construction work, but also for the installation of an HVAC system.
Yes, with the work description as adding 2-ton central air unit to each apartment. Each unit is under 1,400 gallon per minute.
Okay, and that was to Mr. Pierre, and there's no permit to North Ice HVAC to do any work.
Correct.
So you had to assume as a result that these people were engaged